Okay, good evening, everybody. Thank you to everybody who is here tonight, either online or in person. We're going to start the evening by trying to approve the minutes of last month, July 21st. The minutes were distributed. Everybody got a look. There were some comments and revisions, but they look great to me. So I'm going to make a motion to approve. Do I have a second?
Second.
Great. And start with you, Clem.
Approve.
Approve. Okay, so 3 will do it. So the minutes for last month are approved. And we will go to the first of our new matters, which is 84 Fargo Lane. Do we have anyone here on that matter, Sarah?
If you're here to represent the application, can you please hit the raise hand button?
Good evening. Can everyone hear me?
We can, thank you.
Okay, awesome. All right, I'm going to share my screen. Here we go. All right, share. Can everyone, let me move this over. Okay, can everyone see my screen? I'm going to blow it up.
Yep.
Okay,
Great.
awesome. All right, good evening, everyone. Thank you for your service, panel, and Madam Chairwoman. My name is Louise Grigg from Grigg and Davis Engineers. I'm here on behalf of Matt McCarthy and Heather Morris at 84 Fargo Lane to request a 21 square foot zoning variance on behalf of their accomplishing some minor site improvements. They want to shift the existing patio that's in the rear to a little southbound, as I showed. They want to level the little bit of the rear yard to make it more accommodating, as indicated in the proposed plans. They want to redo their front walk, which is in a bit of a tripping hazard. And that's the extent of their proposed work, other than the minor landscaping improvements. By feathering out the little 18-inch rock wall that they want to place in the back and getting a little erosion benefit from that. And
Would you mind pulling up the plans just so we can take a look while you're
Oh, absolutely.
talking?
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So I'm gonna shift this over to here. Here's the proposed plan. This is the proposed, I'm gonna zoom in here. So we're
Yeah,
replacing.
for some reason we can't
We're seeing a folder with JPEGs.
I apologize. Is this coming in, or can you see the proposed plan?
We
Did
can not. We did see it originally, and then it just went to a file of JPEGs without any image.
Oh, okay. Let me just do this again. Whoopsies. Okay. Let me get back to here. Okay. How about now?
Nope.
There we go. Yeah, okay.
Okay.
There, now we got it.
If you make it
My
bigger,
apologies. If it was something I did, my apologies. Okay, so the proposed scope, can you see my zooming in to the rear
Yes,
yard?
yes. Yeah.
Excellent. Okay, so we're picking up this existing patio that's in this vicinity right here. I don't know if you can see my mouse
Yep.
right now, and we're just picking a little smaller footprint is being shifted southward. The second item is we're putting in a little bit of a stone rock wall that's no more than an exposed height of 18 inches from the the east westerly part of their yard and feathering it back into the existing grade over here. So those are the major two items that we're doing, and to accommodate landscaping concerns by our 30-party consultant, Suzanne Nolan. We're also going to be doing vertical mulching in this vicinity right here. We're removing this diseased 20-inch weeping cherry and planting one native dogwood in this location right here. And as previously said, we're going to remove this existing stone walk in its existing profile and replace it in kind. Right now, it's small stones. They're going to give give a little bit more character to it with no mortar. It's set on stone and stone dust. But
that doesn't affect coverage, right?
no, it does not. It's an existing stone path. And there was an existing, what was called a rain garden, that was, in this instance, it was a area covered in gravel on a slope and didn't function as a rain garden, which would have required, first of all, a depressed area where the existing soil would have been removed for a more impervious composition. To the extent of 18 inches or something, to create a sense of volume and where water would be collected. In this instance, the quote unquote rain garden is on a pitch. It's sloped down toward the Hudson, and in no way functions as a rain garden. And to have truly dug it out would have been to threaten the 22-inch Stewardia tree right in this back left corner.
So
Of the
in
property.
terms of coverage, where is the property as it stands today before your proposal?
I have moved to another drawing. Can you guys see this now?
We can, yes.
Okay, awesome. All right, so the existing coverage right now is at 19.4%, and we are going to increase it to, pardon me, proposed lot coverage. We're going to be increasing it to 19.5%.
Right? Could you give that to me in square footage? Like what's permitted?
Okay, so they are the existing coverage right now is 2,398 square feet. The proposed coverage is going to be 2,419 square feet for an increase of 21%. And in terms of existing,
21% or 21?
No, 21
pardon me, 21 square feet. Thank you. My bad.
Allowable is 1487, right?
And right. So the allowable with a prior zoning variance is 2,398 square feet. Yes. The allowable right now is the allowable as of with prior zoning variances is 2,398 square feet.
So the allowable is 1487.
I know
Right?
if it
Right.
There are
if it
previous variances that were granted on this property, so
Right,
this is a legacy. So
Well,
I
so
understand
there've
what she's saying. There's 2398 is
This is the third time this property.
this is the third time this property's come
in the
before.
2020s,
Correct.
right?
Yeah.
Right. and it's not getting smaller anytime, right? And so it's like 60% over allowable. Right?
Yeah.
So what are the other houses like in that area?
Yeah, do you have any comparables for that neighborhood?
The other parcels adjacent to this lot are much larger. They're half acre or an acre lots. And they were probably part of this original lot before it had been legally subdivided, over the years. It was probably as an original farmhouse to the neighborhood, built in 1850. And they likely owned originally all the lots around us. I don't have the history, but would suspect that and over the years, the slot got smaller and smaller, but it was legally subdivided. And at this point, this is a very small square footage, and that is of an increase, and
So you said it's from allowable, taking the number of 1487. You said it's 19.4% over that currently.
not 19.4. Let me go back to this.
That's
So this is
right.
the existing lot coverage.
60%
Right,
over
yeah.
allowable.
That's
It-
what
in
it seems
round
like to me.
numbers,
Yeah,
right, yeah.
yeah.
And then right. So the 2,398 square feet are what has been permitted by prior zoning boards.
You're mixing
Given
terms.
prior-
Sure. Yes, she is. Yeah,
Right, okay.
totally. I got to tell you, I know
What is that 19.4% number?
I have no idea
What
what
is
they're
that?
not. I don't recall that number.
So
Do you? In
That's
the
the
application?
percentage of the lot.
Got it.
Oh,
Okay.
okay.
Got it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. That makes sense. Okay. So,
Did you want me to move to another drawing here? On the first page, I've got lot coverage details, and right here.
yeah. I mean, I understand that this is a modest proposal in terms of 21 square feet, but this is a very, very over coverage property. And I have to say, it makes me a little uncomfortable to make it bigger. And as Charlie said, this is the third time in the 2020s that it's been before us. First of all, it also makes me uncomfortable without having comparables in the neighborhood because I don't know how over coverage other neighboring properties are, which gives us a little bit of context when we make our decision. So I'm wondering if maybe the best route forward on this would be to come back next month, see if you can talk to your property owners, see if there's any, 21 square feet isn't a lot to cut either, if from a proposal. Or it could also give you some opportunity to look at neighboring properties. And if you come back and say every single house in the neighborhood is 80% over coverage, that makes a difference to us. I don't think you're going to find that. Is the
No,
truth?
there's
Yeah.
no way that that's the case. They all have generous parcel sizes that in no way are over, that would appear to me that they're not over coverage. This is the
Yeah,
smallest.
you'd be surprised actually, even with generous, and we need to know if everybody's zoned the same way as well. But that would be my recommendation to you. But I am one person here. I don't know if anybody else wants to chime in on this.
So I agree with you. I think 21 square feet is easy to find. Easier to do this if it were neutral,
Right. Yes.
right?
And
And
just
I do want
just
to know what the other lots look like.
Yeah,
in
me
terms
too.
of coverage.
Me too. Just for context, I know it seems like only 21 square feet, but we're usually looking for a reduction when we're going for another variance on a property that's already very, very over coverage, allowable coverage. So I guess I'm not asking you to come back with a reduction, but I am asking you to either come back, I think, again, from my point of view, either neutral or very close to it and or with information about neighboring properties that would put this request in context.
The owners have given me permission to reduce the patio in the rear to achieve a reduction to net zero.
Okay. That's great.
Okay, so we're,
in
talking
that
about
case, you don't
reducing
need anything from us. Right? I mean, do
And-
they?
and-
Or I guess they actually would because it's still over. Yeah, so you would
Is it
need
over?
that. Okay.
So instead of having, let's go back to the.
Yeah, let's look at the plans.
Let's go back to the plan so we understand more specifically how we're reducing it. So let me get to the sheet. Okay, so right now we have 14 foot 6 inches.
Yeah.
If we take off 1 foot off the length of 14 foot 6 and we make it 13 foot 6, that achieves our 21 square foot because this is 20 foot 5 inches width times 1 foot gives you
Okay.
20.5, 20.45.
Okay. I could live with 20.45. I could live with 0.5, I think. So that being the case and the plans being amended, as you have just stated, I would make a motion to approve. Do I have a second?
I second.
Great. Then we'll start with you, Charlie.
Aye.
Aye.
Hi.
Okay, so you are approved as amended, and I will send you a letter by the end of the week.
Awesome.
Great. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your time, everyone, and your service to the village.
Thank you.
Okay.
So the next case is 16 Riverview Road. Do we have anybody on that?
Yes.
Hi, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
All right, let me just share my screen here and tell me.
And
if
sure, could you just give us your name for
Sure.
the minutes?
Peter Gulick from Michael Lewis Architects in Dobbs Ferry.
Thank you.
All right, can you see my intro screen here?
We can, yes.
Okay, great. I'm representing our clients for the proposed work, and August Iorio and Anna Berg. We were approved at the planning board, and now we're here for our zoning review. I'll quickly go through the proposed work, review the 3 zoning issues that we're looking at, and then answer any questions. We're basically, here's the existing house and here's the proposed house. We're adding a 700 square foot addition onto the east side here and a small bump out underneath the existing porch to the front. That's about 11 square feet. In terms of the site work, we really don't have too much. Let me go to the site plans. We really don't have too much site work. We're taking out and removing 2 small trees and replacing them in kind towards the front of the house. And we're putting in a stormwater system for the for the addition, picked up by 3 lines that go into a collection box and a Coltech. So pretty minimal site work. In terms of our zoning issues, the first issue we have is, let me zoom in here on this, on the front porch. This is an existing front porch that we're adding about 2.5 feet onto. But this is an existing non-conforming condition, where a little bit of the house is already in. So there's about a 3 square foot area that's within that setback line.
And can you show us, do you have the setback line on your plans there?
Yeah,
Is
that's
that
the,
red line?
that's the red
Okay.
line that you
Uh-huh.
see here. And
Yep.
so that's that little bit out of it.
Okay. Yep.
That's the front setback.
That's what I think, yeah. Okay.
Then our
All right,
sides,
so you're trying to put a little, sort of a connecting almost there within the front yard setback.
yeah, if you look at the floor plans, it just that bump out really makes a difference at the front entry there. And it's underneath the existing porch.
Okay.
In terms of our side yard setback, we have a 15-foot side yard setback, and just the corner of our house is clipping. It's 3 feet into it, the corner here. So this is a 700 square foot addition, and we've got about 26 square feet of it, just that triangle that falls into the side yard setback, which we just reviewed with the neighbor on that side. So they're in support of the proposal, as well as the neighbor on, our western neighbor too, who isn't really affected much, but this pushes up closer against our other neighbor on 18 Riverview. In terms of our third issue is the allowable coverage. So we're a smaller lot. The 1F20 zone, you can go up to 20,000 square feet, and we're at 16,907. So we're a bit of an undersized lot. And I thought we were okay on the coverage, but I know things have changed recently in Irvington. So I thought we were okay because, normally we don't include the driveway. But including the 2 driveway spots that you see here, these, that are not normally included.
And those are existing.
Yeah, that's an existing driveway.
Okay.
We're not doing anything with. And normally in Irvington, we didn't count any driveway as coverage at all. And as you can see, so we were asked to do this to put the parking area, even though it says parking area, if not part of driveway.
Right. Yeah.
So that's 489 square feet. And as you can see, we're over about 488. So that's where the coverage issue really, I think, partly comes from too, is including that in those calculations. And those are the 3 zoning issues.
Okay. So, as existing before, your proposed work, you are not over coverage.
No. And on house-wise, we're not over coverage, house-wise at all. It's just, the total coverage that we're over.
Total coverage. Yep. That's what we're talking about.
Yeah.
And, with this proposed property, just give me those numbers again, both in percent and actual numbers.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear.
Sure. Sorry, I'll repeat. So if you do this proposed work, your proposal would have you how much over coverage? And just give me those numbers if you wouldn't mind, both in percentage and in actual number.
I believe it's 488 and 18% over. According to the lot coverage worksheet.
Okay.
And these, those are new too. So, some of these seem on, some of them seem a little off. That's the worksheets are, hard to get exactly right sometimes, I think.
What does the rest of the neighborhood look like? Do you have any comparables?
Very similar. No, I don't have any number comparables, but most of the houses are very similar in terms of size and lot size. If you look and go up the street, they're all extremely similar. In the lower Riverview Street here, so very similar.
Do they all have outdoor parking spots as part of the
Yeah,
driveway?
yeah. Most of them have, driveway with 2 spots plus. This is 16 Riverview. Here's across the street. This is going back down towards Broadway, I believe.
We're not
seeing
sorry,
those.
we're not seeing those.
Yeah.
Yeah. If you could maybe.
Oh,
We're
you're
still
not?
seeing the lot coverage worksheet.
Yeah.
Oh, geez. Well, same issue before, maybe. Now or no?
No, still a worksheet.
Hmm.
I think I see what you're pointing to in the corner.
Yeah.
Those are the pictures we're trying
Yeah, I'm
to
just
see.
trying to
but-
see what's for some reason the share is not going to that. You see the worksheet now, right?
Yes, I do. Yeah, yes, we do.
Okay. Now I have front and center a view of the street, but I guess that's not showing for some reason.
Nope.
I'm sorry.
No, that's okay.
But yeah, the neighborhood's very similar in terms of house size, particularly. Yeah.
Well, now we're seeing, can you select your third page? We're seeing page 4 now.
Yep.
There we go.
Oh, those are the
There
house pictures. Oh, that's all that.
Yeah.
That's
So
all.
I was on a Google Street View trying to go up and down the street.
Oh, okay.
Peter, could you go to the side yard setback, zoom in on the new addition, just
Yeah,
to,
sure. Let me go to
yeah,
this
zoom
one.
in on that side yard. I just wanted to see, are there new, we'll go down, yeah, towards the back of the house. And
Sorry.
then now those HVAC pads, they're gonna be in the side yard setback?
We can
I
pull
know that-
those down, no, we can pull those down further so that they're down
Okay.
here. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, because I know that you mentioned that the neighbor, I guess at 18 Riverview, didn't have any objection to this or
No.
no letters written, so they were okay with that equipment being in the side yard?
We can, the neighbor, well, August and Anna showed them the plan, but I'm not sure if they got that specific. You're pointing that out, but that they might not have realized that's there. So definitely something we could talk to them about, or shield in some way if need be, or hide from them, hopefully.
Is there a reason that they're there as opposed to further down where they would be within the side yard setback?
I think the lines from them will probably be going into the house up here, so it doesn't matter. We could push them back down and they would be okay, anywhere within the setback.
All right, well,
Yeah, that's an easy thing to do for sure.
um,
Also screen them as need, if need be also.
any other thoughts anybody has on this?
I just want to go back to the lot coverage calculation.
Yeah.
This sheet, I'm sorry.
Yeah, that sheet. Yep, make it bigger, please.
Yeah.
All right, so you're 488 greater than allowable, and you're 489 on the parking area, right? So you're contending that you're over on allowable entirely due to the inclusion of the parking area.
Yes.
I can't see you. I think you're shaking your head, but
Yeah.
Yes. Yes, I was agreeing. That's
Okay.
really what's pushing it over. It was the inclusion of the parking where, and look, that's something that's changed, and I'm not sure how that works, but
okay, so that's
not including that would put us just under a little bit, coverage wise. So
right. So
Any other thoughts on that?
and again, I think
like it's existing non-conforming, right? Like it's now
Yes.
being
Yeah.
picked up. Like
It's not- yeah.
Like
I'm sorry, if you look up the code, it's, and I know the code or things might have changed in Irvington in the past 6 months or a year,
Yeah.
but the code does usually say, no driveways included.
Yeah, no, we
So the
don't include
driveway's not
driveways.
included, it's the
It's
parking.
parking that we
the parking
include.
area,
Right,
Yeah.
that's not
Right.
in the
but
driveway.
it's been there forever, right?
Right,
Oh yeah, we're not changing or doing anything. And then, this one even says parking area, if not a part of driveway. So,
Right.
I would say that this probably should be 0 on this one. If
but
that's,
it's not. Yeah. Does
No, but I
anybody
mean-
else have
but
any
it says
questions?
if not a part of driveway, and it is a part of the driveway, that almost says if it's like a separate parking area, like some people might have aside from the driveway.
Well, most of the times the driveway
Yeah.
leads to the parking area. So
Right,
I don't
this
know
is
how
where
you
it's
separate
different.
it.
Yeah, I don't know how you do either.
Yes.
Anybody else have any questions?
No,
Anybody who?
I have a question. So,
Sure.
I mean, just from driving around that area, I agree that
most of the lots do seem similar in size and houses, but without sort of having the coverage comparisons, it's
It's
a little
hard,
hard for us to
yeah.
evaluate. 'Cause you don't know what's in backyards and, all that sort of thing. So it's a little hard to evaluate whether this is consistent with the neighborhood or not.
Sure, I get that.
Yeah,
Um,
and 18% is not nothing in terms of being over.
and
Any-
again, that's something I wonder what's the like, who would rule out or ask about that? Is that a change that was made, or was this a mistake that somehow just got through planning that way? And I'm just curious about that.
No, I mean, planning does what they do and we do what we do, which is just different. It's just
Yeah.
different. We just don't do the same things.
Sure.
Sarah, are there any comments
No.
from the neighborhood? Yeah, from anybody who wants to be heard? Okay, anybody else? You guys have
So
anything?
he's not 18%.
Yeah, that number just did not feel right to me. So let's
the
look at it
coverage
again.
is 18%,
Okay,
right?
yeah.
So, and what's allowable,
Yeah, do you know the number your allowable number versus what you're proposing?
Let me dig into the chart. Hold on.
Zoom in on that upper left.
Yeah, the upper.
Yeah, and then go down.
Can you see that now?
Can you see that? I can't see
I
that.
can't see it. Make it a little
I think
bigger.
he's 488 over 3,100 as proposed.
9-3, good.
31. So let's call that 3,200. Let's call him 500 over. So that's like 1/6. That's close to 8.
Well, what's the
I don't do
allowable
math.
coverage? Right?
Here is total allowable coverage, 16%.
2,700 is your allowable,
Okay.
2,705, and you're proposing
Yeah, that's what it says.
3,193.
Base allowable, it says that, yeah. Yeah.
So it is.
So it could be 18%.
Yeah, it's about 18%,
Yeah.
a little bit more, a little
Yeah.
18 and change.
Yep.
Okay. All right, anybody else have any?
No,
I'm-
and there was nobody.
What's that?
Nobody has their
Nobody
hand
on
raised.
that. Okay, I'm gonna make, with some hesitation, a motion to approve, provided that those AC units are put into the side yard, that they are not outside of the side yard setback. I'd like those back.
Absolutely.
18% is borderline for us, but it's not outrageous. And the side yard and front yard setbacks, as long as those AC condensers are not within them, I think is a pretty modest ask. So I'll make a proposal. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Okay, great. We'll start with you, Clem.
Approve.
Approve.
I approve.
Proof.
Okay, you're approved. I will send you a letter by the end of the week.
Okay,
Thank
thank you
you.
very much and have a good evening.
You too. Thank you. Okay, so our last matter of the night is a continued matter. It is 76 North Broadway. Do we have somebody here?
For temperature control, it's very hot here. It's a lot of people, so. AC,
You know how to-
thank you.
We don't usually have this. Yeah, it's true. Yeah. All right, thank you, Sarah. Okay, 76 North Broadway.
Good evening, Kathy Zelantis from Silverberg Zelantis, representing the applicant DKRN LLC, Pharma LLC, seeking an appeal for an interpretation and variances from this board. At the last meeting, we heard from the public and there was opposition, but the opposition was grounded generally in opposition to the
Recording.
MFO district and general opposition to the project itself and not to the specific variances the applicant seeks. Just want to reiterate that the applicant is not before this board seeking coverage variances. The applicant is not seeking variances related to the proposed building size or its footprint. It's not seeking variances related to the building and extending into any setback. The building is zoning compliant. What is before this board are de minimis variances unrelated to the building's size or coverage or to the proposed multifamily use and school use. So, but before considering the variances, the board should first determine whether all the variances are even required.
Yeah, I agree with you. And I'm just going to stop you for 1 second and just ask you, are there any changes between the proposal we saw last month and the proposal we're seeing today?
So
That'll just help us put everything in.
right, based on
Yeah.
comments I received at the last meeting and
Okay.
comments from this board, the plans were revised to omit the proposed pedestrian plaza. We could bring up that plan.
I assume, goodness, I assume without the proposed plaza, there's no hawk light.
The hawk light, as far as I'm in, and correct me if I'm wrong on this, I mean, that's not something you're proposing. That's something that the Department of Transportation may or may not do. Is that right?
It's
Or,
something that would require approval from the Department of Transportation.
okay, so it
And
is,
it's
I
not,
got,
and it's off-site. It's
right,
It's
right,
not
right.
on the property site. It would be on the
But
road.
Is that a part of what we are looking at today? Because
No, it's
I
not.
didn't think so.
No,
Okay,
it's not a
okay.
variance that.
I didn't think so, but just want to
So,
make sure.
so the changes are that we removed, there was a proposed sidewalk originally off of Strawberry Lane that
Right.
connected to the pedestrian plaza.
Yep.
And that's been removed. So the only remaining walkways provide access to the building,
Got it.
which are allowed to be in the setback areas. I can get through the, and the other change to the project was that, so the width of the opening remains the same, 61 feet
Okay,
in both plans. What has changed is that there was a reverse curve wall proposed, and now there's a wall that aligns with the driveway curb. And we're actually asking for a variance in the alternative to approve, subject to the planning board's approval, either this wall change or the reverse curve wall they originally proposed on the, and I can go back and forth between the two plans. And the reason for that, members of the public expressed opposition to the reverse curve, and that's something that we also heard from the Architectural Review Board, that they liked the traditional curve aligning with the driveway wall. However, the fire department has reviewed this reverse curve wall, and it affords a greater distance between the curb and the wall for the fire truck overhang.
Mhm.
And so we're between
Can
two.
Yeah, no, I hear what you're saying, but can you show me the difference between the two?
Yes.
That
So
would be
this is
great.
the originally proposed reverse curve wall.
Yep.
So again, what we're here for is the curb width opening.
I understand it's the
So
same. I'm
61,
just,
61 feet on both
right,
plans.
right, right. It doesn't
We
matter
also
in
need-
terms of that,
We
but
also need a variance to propose any kind of wall, entrance wall, whether
Sure.
it aligns with the
Sure.
driveway or is the reverse curve. So the reverse curve,
oh, I see. Okay, yeah. I got it. Okay,
and it's essentially an architectural feature, and we would ask for a variance in the alternative, subject to whatever the planning board approves.
because the width would be the same.
The width would be the same, so the variance doesn't change. The variance to allow the wall in that location or in aligning with what we're requesting.
Understood. Okay, so,
I thought it'd be helpful to just go through the chart quickly that I prepared to,
that's fine. And if anybody else has questions, please jump in.
I just have one question, which is the variances that are before us tonight for this proposed. Are these the only variances that will be needed for this project, or in the future, do you anticipate other variances coming to the zoning?
no, we anticipate that these are the only
The
variances
only.
that are required for the project. This is the only variances that the building inspector has determined would be required for the project. If at some future time, the building inspector determines that there is an additional variance that was overlooked, then we would have to come before this board to obtain that variance, but that is not something that we believe will happen in the future.
Got it.
Thank you. So the fire department letter that we received, is that for the reverse curve or the regular curve wall?
So the fire department reviewed the original reverse curve wall, which we originally sought the variance for before we proposed this aligned curve wall. And that's the wall that they would prefer because it affords a greater distance between the curb of the driveway and the wall. So there's more room for the truck overhang. If in fact they're doing a high speed turn, they could actually go on the grass and not have to worry about the wall.
Okay, so but the fire department hasn't reviewed the curve wall yet. Okay,
It hasn't.
okay.
It has,
And
right, yeah.
it hasn't
It has
reviewed the
It
aligned.
has, and they would prefer the
They,
original plan.
Okay.
Prefer is actually not a strong enough word. I mean, they have sent us a letter that said that they need it, and it's not really within our jurisdiction, which is for us to decide. But I'm just saying, they
Okay.
strongly prefer
so
the first.
just.
Okay.
So essentially, there's numerous exceptions to the yard requirement. And if we fall under that exception or a project element falls under that exception, there's no need for the variance because that element is allowed to be in the yard. So just going through the chart, I just thought I'd make it easier. The pink is the heading. So the first pink heading is the MFO district and the yard requirements are 50 feet and 250 feet for the side, 250 feet from Broadway. There's exceptions to the yard requirement and that's in 224-47-9C. One exception is walkways. Walkways needed for access to the building and the lot. So again, we revised the plan to remove all the walkways that are not needed for access to the building. So the remaining walkways are all needed for access to the building and they're an exception to the yard requirement. Stairway, it's the same exception. It's allowed to be in the yard provided it's needed for access to the building. And we could show this. The stairways on the side, no change there. That's an exception on the south side of the building and that it's needed for access to the building. The remaining two utilities and drainage improvements. If it's entirely underground, it's not subject to the yard requirement. And if it's existing, it's not subject to the yard requirement. So we attached to our letter Exhibit B an existing survey and I highlighted for the board some of the existing utilities already on the property. Those existing utilities and there's poles and other utilities are going to remain. And then there's additional proposed utilities. So we need variances for the new utilities that are not underground. So you're talking about fire hydrants, proposed manhole covers. And I can show you, if we go to the first plan, C102. Coverage. Oh, were you there? The overall coverage. So C102 shows all the utilities, both existing and proposed, and it's included in the total coverage calculations. C103 breaks down the specific utilities within each of the buffers. On this one is the Broadway buffer on the left of the page. On the right of the page is the MFO setback area, and that breaks down all the utilities and the coverage within that area. So the proposed surface utilities and drainage improvements total 82 square feet in the Broadway buffer and 128 square feet in the MFO setbacks, and that includes the 82 square feet in the Broadway buffer. But again, we're not before this board for a coverage variance. We're just seeking to allow the placement of those proposed surface utilities and drainage improvements in those buffer setback areas. And they're going to be at ground level, they're drains, they're inlets. You're not even know they're there unless you actually walk over them. It's not something you would ever see from the property.
But your contention, they're not intrusions in the brook.
I mean, that could be an interpretation that I wish I had thought of that interpretation, but they're not intrusions, but I'm actually seeking a variance for anything that is at ground level that shows that surface level like a drain or a grate, and we've calculated and we show all those drains, manholes, everything that's in the setback or buffer area, and seeking a variance to place those, but nothing underground, like the stormwater infiltration system that will be underground. That's not subject to the variance. So turning to the Broadway buffer, that's the next pink area. So the roadway, that was something mentioned on the denial letter. There's an exception when it's part of a planning board approved driveway, and that's allowed in the Broadway buffer. We also believe that there's another exception. Doesn't matter that if there's one or there's two, but we also believe the MFO regulations control. Because if you look at the MFO regulations, it says if there's any conflict between this article and the other provisions of this chapter, this article controls. And under the MFO regulations, only fences and walls are subject to the 125-foot buffer.
Okay.
So zoning regulations have to be strictly construed and any ambiguity interpreted in favor of the property owner, and they can't be extended by implication. So for two reasons, the roadway or the driveway is allowed to be in the Broadway buffer. And that goes for the same with the curb cuts and the curbs, same two reasons. And then for utilities and stormwater, and they're highlighted in blue, we're saying, yes, the variances are required. Grading, we'd say, is exempt. If the grading activity is not a building, nothing that implicates the Broadway buffer. Landscaping, there's an exception of removal of trees having an 8-inch or greater caliper at a height of 3 feet. So the code only prohibits removal of trees of a certain size not authorized as part of a site plan approval. So every tree being removed from the Broadway buffer is going to be authorized as part of a site plan approval. And it doesn't prohibit the addition or landscaping of trees. So the walkway is exempt under the MFO regulations. That same walkway and the one, if you could just pull it up, there's a portion of the walkway that's also within the Broadway buffer. There's no similar exemption for walkways within the Broadway buffer like there is in the MFO district, that walkway right there. However, the MFO regulations control, and the MFO regulations say only fences and walls are subject to the 125-foot buffer. So we would take the position that the MFO regulations control that particular walkway, which is exempt in the MFO regulations, is the same walkway that provides access to the building. So it's allowed to be in the Broadway buffer. Alternatively, and why we have it in blue, is we're seeking a variance from this board if you don't agree with that interpretation. And the paving of land, again, there's an exception when it's part of a driveway approved by the planning board. The only other and the walkways, which we talked about, the only other paving is on Strawberry Lane, which is 342 square feet. Just point to that area. No, the intersection. Like approaching Strawberry Lane. No. Yeah, right. So that's existing. And then there's an existing slab on the that's 12 square feet. And at the bottom of the page, the stone wall modifications, walls and signs. So yes, as we stated before, we need variance for that new curved wall either way, and the signpost that is going to be with that wall, and that's all within the 125-foot buffer.
Could we just hold that for thought
Sure.
for a second? So you don't think you need a variance to take the wall down?
I don't.
Okay.
Actually,
Uh,
I'd be
Let me finish. Okay, but the new wall is a new structure. In the
Correct.
roadway buffer.
correct.
Okay,
I would
right.
be
We can talk about this later. I'm just
Okay.
trying to make sure I'm understanding what you're saying.
Right, so
what
the-
you're asking for.
so if I took the
Now
entire
you can
wall,
talk.
sorry, if we proposed to take the entire wall down, which we're not, but if we did, we'd be making the property more compliant with the Broadway buffer. You know, someone behind me is going to get up and stand up and say, well, that's not compliant with other provisions of the code that want to retain that. But for the Broadway buffer, why we're here before this board, we'd be making the property more compliant by taking the wall down. We're not proposing that. But clearly, when we're adding a wall feature, that is another extension or intrusion into the buffer that requires a variance, which we concede that we need. And on the last page, we have the site plan standards and the specific standard regarding curb cut maximums of 24 feet and that there be one curb cut. So the curb cut on Strawberry Lane is a legal non-conforming curb cut in terms of its width. The width is not changing. It is 50 feet. It's remaining 50 feet. And the other two items, the curb cut, the newly created curb cut on Broadway, which will exceed the 24 feet, will need a variance, and having both the Strawberry Lane curb cut, the existing curb cut, and the new curb cut on Broadway, as well as the pedestrian curb cut, requires a variance. And
Does it indicate somewhere what the measurement is for the curb cut on Broadway?
yes, we could bring up that.
I think there was some confusion.
There
last
was.
time.
I apologize for that. So the pointer is pointing to where it's measuring from. So from the property line, the curb, from curb cut to curb cut is 61 feet at the property line. So essentially, when you consider all the features that are allowed to be in the yard, what we're here for are these de minimis variances that are unrelated to the proposed building size or coverage. So we're talking about proposed surface utilities and drainage improvements, the curb cut width at Broadway, the curb cuts at both Broadway and Strawberry Lane, the new entrance wall. And if this board doesn't agree with the interpretation that the MFO provision governs, then we need a variance for solely that portion of the sidewalk that's within 125 feet, even though that same sidewalk is allowed in this area under the MFO regulations.
Can you just summarize those again a little slower? The drainage, the curb cut. the
I'm
new
just gonna
wall,
go,
the curb.
I'm gonna go through each one
Okay,
in
all right.
detail right now. So the first is the proposed surface utilities and drainage improvements. So that's 2 fire hydrants, drain inlets and yard drains, manhole covers, an electrical vault, and a cascade storm scepter. And that's all indicated on the plan. We could show you the coverage plan first. So that's the size of the manhole covers. Those are the drains, the electrical vault. In total, all the surface utilities and drainage improvements are 82 square feet. If you add up all those drainage covers, inlets, sanitary manholes, you're talking about 82 square feet in the Broadway buffer, all at ground level. And unless you walked over it, you wouldn't know it was there, aside from the fire hydrant, which is, taller than visible. And it's 128 feet in the MFO setbacks, and that includes the 82 feet. That's the same 82 feet in the Broadway buffer is carried over into the MFO setbacks. So we're just seeking a variance to allow the placement, not for coverage. The coverage is not an issue, but the placement of these specific surface utilities and drainage improvements within the Broadway buffer and the MFO setbacks. The fire hydrants location, there's one in the Broadway buffer, and the second one is right there. So allowing these features in these setback areas will not create an undesirable change in the character of the neighborhood. These features are consistent with the character of the neighborhood. If you look on the existing survey that we provided, Exhibit B, the letter, you could see all the existing utilities on this property. And in fact, you can see existing utilities on the properties and the neighbors across the street on Strawberry Lane. And we also had provided sheets A333 and A334 showing pictures of surface utilities more visible than what we're proposing in the surrounding neighborhood. You could just pull up those again. The sheets A333 and 334, the pictures of the utilities in the neighborhood. while that's getting pulled up. Yeah. So the pictures on top show some visible utilities. There was another pic, the other one showed visible utilities within the all along Broadway, the top pictures. The survey that we produced shows visible utilities on properties on Strawberry Lane. There's existing visible utilities on properties on this particular property that's not changing. So the second thing is the variance for the walkway within 125 feet of Broadway. We spoke about that. If you agree that the MFO regulations control, it's an exception to the yard requirement. If you don't agree, we're asking for a variance from that provision. And again, this is not going to produce an undesirable change in the character of the neighborhood. There's numerous structures, walkways, paths in properties along Broadway. And again, we could pull up those same pictures. That show that there's walkways within the Broadway buffer. So the third variance is the curb cuts. So the curb cut width on Strawberry Lane, like I said, is existing. It's 50 feet. It's going to remain 50 feet. The applicant's proposing to create access from Broadway to avoid using the Strawberry Lane access, which is a private road, as the main vehicular access. The Strawberry Lane access will only be used for fire department access for the fire truck and as emergency access for the fire department. It will not be used for any other access. The proposed curb cut width on Broadway is 61 feet. And this is the minimum width required. The Irvington Fire Department submitted a letter to this board advising that the applicant's quote requested driveway width, the corresponding modification of the existing stone wall, and the secondary fire access are not discretionary design preferences. The proposed width rather is based on operational requirements of the village's fire apparatus and the standards established by the New York State Fire Code. The fire department confirmed that the proposed width is the minimum opening necessary for the village's fire truck turning radius and that the two approved fire apparatus driveways are required under the fire code and the secondary fire apparatus access from Strawberry Lane serves this purpose. And again, the only other curb cut to allow is to allow pedestrian access from Broadway to Broadway from the building. And originally we had this pedestrian access aligned with the driveway, but that resulted in the proposed crosswalk, if it attached to a crosswalk, being right in front of a neighbor's, an abutting, right in front of the driveway of the neighbor across the street. So we moved that to the end of the property towards the intersection of, closer to the intersection of Strawberry Lane to avoid any interference with neighbors' driveways that are across the street. The proposed 61-foot curb cut is more consistent with the existing 50-foot curb cut than the 24-foot requirement. And the property abutting the property to the north, 88 North Broadway, contains a larger than 24-foot curb cut opening. It's actually closer to 70 feet.
Is that address 88 or 94?
88, that was 88.
I think there's like a small residence, a brick structure, a home, isn't that? Trying to, for the record, just on the addresses.
It's the property directly to the north. Maybe I.
We'll scroll down. Scroll down. Well, there's. Anyway, I think that there's another. I think there's another address in between. As you're going north of 76 North Broadway, there's a stone structure that's there.
That's part of the.
That's all 88,
Yes.
and then the driveway is also 88, not 9. Okay, all right, 88 then.
And having more than one curb cut will also not produce an undesirable change in the character of the neighborhood, as there are numerous properties surrounding this property with more than one curb cut opening. I attached as Exhibit D some GIS printouts, and I marked in blue all the surrounding properties that have more than one curb cut opening. And essentially the character of the neighborhood is more than one curb cut opening. And it doesn't matter that these properties may have been built in 1850, 1950, or yesterday, because the character of the neighborhood is properties that contain more than one curb cut opening. And the fourth variance, as we discussed already, is for creating that new driveway entrance wall. And we are seeking, again, there's currently a stone wall in the Broadway buffer. If you were building that stone wall today, you would need a variance from the Broadway buffer requirement. Removing that entire stone wall would make this property more compliant with the Broadway buffer requirement, but obviously not proposing this, but the Broadway buffer, as the member mentioned, does not preclude the removal of the wall, just the creation of additional intrusions into the Broadway buffer. So we need a variance, and we're asking for a variance in the alternative for both plans, subject to approval by the planning board. Importantly, under both wall designs, the 61-foot curb opening remains identical. The choice of wall design doesn't alter the requested variance to allow the curb cut width greater than 24 feet. So we're asking for a variance to allow the new wall in the 125-foot setback as depicted on both the originally proposed reverse curve wall design, and that's shown on site plan C101, last revised June 15, 2026, and or the aligned curve wall design as depicted on the site plan C101, last revised July 31st, 2026, subject to the planning board approving the wall design. Either way, the wall design will not create an undesirable change in the character of the neighborhood, as these types of entrance walls are typical of what you see with properties along Broadway. Just turning quickly to the other factors for this board's consideration. Besides undesirable change in the character of the neighborhood, there's no feasible way to obtain the desired benefit other than the requested variances. There's no way to create any kind of improvement on this property without updating drainage and utility features. And there's no way to create vehicular and pedestrian access to the property without constructing a driveway and curb cuts. Whether the requested variances are substantial, they're not substantial, but even if they could be considered substantial, that's not a basis to deny a variance application when there's other non-conforming properties within the immediate neighborhood, as there are in this case. Arguably, the most substantial variance involves the width of the driveway, which is necessary to provide safe fire access to the property.
Can I ask you a question?
Sure.
When you say there's no feasible way for the curb cut for the opening itself in the wall on Broadway, I mean, obviously the first thing is I do think it changes the characteristics of Broadway. But when we look at alternatives, were alternatives explored other than opening the wall?
So initially we proposed access from Strawberry Lane.
I think that's too tight. You can't get a fire truck up there.
Right, and that
How about the property to the north, the 88, what the address we talked about before, 88 North Broadway? Have you walked that property? Have you looked at it?
So that property is not within the control of this property.
But can you get has an easement?
It's been explored and it's not been. There's no way to obtain that.
No way to get an easement.
No,
You have written documentation that that's been denied.
I believe that they're currently looking potentially to sell that property, and they don't want it to have burdened by an easement. So that's.
Because I mean, if you, it's at least, I mean, I think it's like, I've stepped it out. It's at least 75 feet wide. It's a very wide opening already.
Right, it's wider than what we're
Very
proposing.
wide, yeah. And
Yeah,
when
it's
you walk
wider
up-
than what we're proposing.
And when you go up about, whatever, just about halfway up that driveway, there's another parking lot there at the same elevation as the existing parking lot on 76 North Broadway. There's just a small little, there's a fence and a small little patch of grass in between the driveway on 88 that it's like a, you know, kind of a parking lot in 76 North Broadway.
I believe there's also an existing pedestrian easement that exists to the benefit and something that was raised before the planning board that goes the north of the property. It's runs along, it's abuts both properties. It's on the what was then the Cascione property. And it's a pedestrian access along the whole length of the property. So in addition to getting some kind of easement for vehicular access, you'd have to find out a way to extinguish that existing easement for pedestrian access. And that's all dependent on a property that's off-site.
So I just saw it pop up on the screen that the applicant says he can shed light on this matter.
Okay,
Do we
all right,
want to,
yeah,
do we
yeah.
want to hear that?
Yeah.
Would you mind? Thank you, Sarah. Oh, okay. You can unmute yourself and let us know.
Good evening. This is Rocco Varma from 76 North Broadway. So we have explored, it's a great question. We have explored the property next door. They are interested in selling it at this point. They're not interested in encumbering the property with any sort of easements or any sort of access, considering the position that they are currently in. And even in the past, they were completely in as a no pass for this condition.
So it's been explored and they said, no, thank you.
Absolutely.
Okay. Okay. Any other questions from anybody right now?
Just the two more factors.
Okay, then keep going. Thank you.
So whether the proposed variances will have an adverse effect or impact on the physical or environmental conditions, they won't. They're very de minimis variances. Also, as part of the project, the applicant proposes to install stormwater measures that will capture runoff and improve the stormwater conditions. There's currently no stormwater measures on the property or stormwater infrastructure on the property. Additionally, the proposed landscaping plan proposes to remove invasive trees and replace them with native species. And whether the alleged difficulty was self-created, and even if the alleged difficulty was self-created, that's not a basis to deny an area variance. And I just want to comment also on some of the correspondence that we received today. Just briefly.
Yeah, thank you.
So we received a correspondence from Cy Paget, or it was submitted to this board, that there is an automatic stay that was that came about through the filing of a separate application by a third party, by a property owner. But New York courts have established that the automatic stay provision doesn't apply to appeals filed by third parties. And not only is there no automatic stay, the filing of a third party appeal related to the project cannot serve to delay this board from taking action on the application before it. We also received correspondence about notice issue. There's no notice issue. The plan was revised to reduce the scope of the variances. If we sought another variance or we sought to expand the scope of the variances, that would implicate a notice variance. It's the same variances, same provisions, and everything in utilities and paving were all noticed. The other barrage of emails we received today, I could just summarize them as, you know, the project needs this variance or that variance, and it doesn't comply because of this or because of that. And essentially, there's been no one with authority to interpret the code that has rendered that determination. If there does become a time that someone with authority interprets the code and says that there's an additional variance that may be required, we'll have to be forced to come back before this board, but we shouldn't have to respond to claims about alleged variances raised by the public. So again, there's no stay, and the opponent's interpretation of the code is not a basis to delay this application.
Okay, great. Anybody have anything?
Nope.
Okay. So not sure exactly how to proceed because I think we do need to decide whether we're going to interpret the MFO and what our decision is on that.
Well, I think all we have to do is interpret whether or not we agree that variances are required for these things, right? That's the first, because she's making allegations. Allegations is the wrong word. She's making assertions.
Assertions,
that
yeah.
Variances are not required for certain things and are required for others.
Okay.
Right? However, I think that we need to hear from the public
That's what I was just gonna say.
before we do
Right.
any of that.
I think so too. Okay, I was just sort of feeling you out on that, but I think that's right. And we're gonna welcome everybody who wants to speak up here and everybody who's online who wants to speak and speak after. I just ask for respect of everybody's time, that we try to keep our comments about what's before us tonight. But we'd love to hear everything you have to say about what is these variances, these requests, these interpretations that are before us tonight. Anybody like to start? Sure.
Hi, Chris Lando at 3 Ardsley Avenue East. Wasn't able to join last month's session, but I did watch afterwards. Some comments at the end, but maybe just to start, I think that the argument by the applicant is a bit disingenuous that because these particular variances are small, the size of the building being within coverage is not relevant. If the building were smaller or different or in some other form, they wouldn't be seeking the variances that they're seeking. So it's a compounded effect of the totality of the project. And while the individual variances may seem small on face value, they're the compounding result of the fact that the Board of Trustees has already voted to change or reinterpret the use of the MFO district to allow the school, the daycare, be a school. They've been granted a coverage bonus for the public benefit of an additional affordable house. One additional house was viewed as a benefit to all of us. So that made the building larger. And I guess, to say because other properties have these conditions, I'll give an example of why that's not a relevant argument. My property, 3 Ardsley Avenue East, was built in 1890, give or take, 1900. It is built right on Broadway. It was a gatehouse to some other property, and it's not within any of the relevant setbacks today. So to say because my property has that feature, that another property can assume any feature that any property has, that allows you to create this Frankenstein of variances that add up to something that is not in keeping with the neighborhood. So while this board only opines on the zoning variances before it today, the zoning variances are the result of what was granted by each prior part of this process that has created a very large structure that many people have argued over the last 2 years is not in keeping with the neighborhood. That's a very vague term, but I think it's important. I was most disturbed last week by what happened at the end of the meeting where a gentleman who I guess is not here today questioned whether he could opine on the matter. And there was this whole debate over whether this individual had a conflict. And the conflict that was perceived was that he had an opinion on the matter, and an opinion that he stated beforehand, and an opinion that he was pressured to say that made him disqualified to serve on this board. But the definition of a conflict is that the individual is, or a related person, a closely related person, would receive some monetary benefit or be somehow incentivized to weigh one way or the other. That conflict didn't exist. Well, it didn't appear to exist based on what this individual said. The conflict can only be resolved by this board, and if there was some issue, by the ethics committee. But by my interpretation of what happened is all of these variances, but for the little circle that got deleted at the southwest corner, that pedestrian walkway, were put forward for a motion that had this very awkward silence where no one seconded it, probably because the members of the board who were present thought that the entirety of the project is not in keeping with the neighborhood. This very vague, fluffy term, but it is ultimately rendered by all of your opinions on whether the project and the variances granted allow the applicant to be in keeping with the neighborhood. I think that's why this room is full tonight. I think it's why people have come from all different places for the last 2 years to talk about it. And I think, I would hope that some sanity would be restored to this process after the residents have presented themselves respectfully to a number of different committees and felt like what was the spirit and the letter of the law was bent and contorted to allow a Frankenstein to occur. And I know you have to ultimately decide on, you know, the set characteristics of if the variance should be allowed. I think the first criterion, whether an undesirable change will be produced in the character of the neighborhood or a detriment to the nearby properties will be created by granting variance. That's why people are here. And yes, if the entryway was just a little wider, that in and of itself might not be a detriment. But why does it need to be wider? Why does the fire truck need more access? Why did the utility features need to be within the Broadway buffer? It is because the property is being modified in a way that is at such a scale that these features have been pushed out. The fire department has extra requirements, and it's changing the character of the neighborhood. So I would implore you all to think about why these variances are required, even if the reasons that led to the variance to be before you are not in your purview to opine on. But ultimately, the reason that you are choosing to decide whether this variance should be accepted or not is because the character of the neighborhood is being changed. That's all I have to say.
Thank you. Anybody else want to say anything? Yes.
I am Boris Rubenstein. I'm a resident of 17 Strawberry Lane and a resident of Irvington for 25 more years. Just addressing what my colleague has said, this project is not consistent with the character of Irvington. You talked about the previous project and asked several times whether it was consistent with the houses around it. It's clear that this project is not consistent. Now, I'm not an architect, I'm not a planner, I am not an engineer, I'm only a country doctor. So let me tell you what happens in medicine. I see a patient and I prescribe a medicine. And the medicine has mild, really not serious side effects. I prescribe it. And then he goes to see his GI and he prescribes another medicine with really mild side effects. And then he goes to the cardiologist who prescribes another couple of medicines, really not serious, only a couple of side effects. And by the end of the day, my patient has 14 medicines, ends up in the emergency room because each one has produced a catastrophe. This is what's happening here from my perspective. Each one of those variances, yeah, they're small variances. Oh, they're really insignificant. But the totality of the variances is producing a catastrophe, a project that is not consistent with this town. And I will urge you to please not to vote to accept those variances in this project.
Anyone else? Okay.
Hi. My name is Nancy Adler. I live at 91 Riverview Road. I've lived there for 40 years. We are all in favor of progress and also for helping those in need. But we feel that those aspects of the proposed project are far outweighed by the negative effects that will be imposed on our village. I don't think we are unique in having chosen to live in Irvington because it is quiet, almost sleepy nature, and it's many historic buildings. We happen to live in one that's going to be 100 years old in 2 years. The zoning change that would even allow such a project as this was passed under the cover of darkness late in the summer during the COVID pandemic, when many people were away and preoccupied by weightier issues. How can there be such a drastic change in zoning, which really affects everyone living in Irvington, without proper notification, so every resident can participate or actively choose not to? Furthermore, the zoning change was only able to pass because of very strict traffic requirements, which the promoters of this project are now trying to bypass. Traffic is already impassable and impossible in the early morning and when school lets out. How can the addition of more than 100 cars and a school not add a tremendous burden to an already congested street? a street that may soon lose 2 lanes due to state mandated changes. It will certainly make traffic much worse, despite what the developers contrived traffic reports based on very flawed assumptions may purport to show. Not to make things too personal, but I believe it is instructive to compare the length to which our various boards will go for outside developers who require numerous significant zoning variances with the outright obstruction met by residents trying to make home improvements. My husband and I have had permit applications before the planning board for almost 3 years to extend our garage in a way that will be virtually invisible to our neighbors and totally in keeping with both the character of our house as well as the character of the neighborhood, as attested to in writings by all our neighbors. And I know for a fact that numerous other residents have met the same resistance, and some of them have given up after having spent many thousands of dollars in the process. And as long as we are discussing the North Broadway corridor, I can't help but mention the Loire estate. This was taken off the tax rolls because of its recently acquired tax exempt status, which I understand requires that it provide some public benefit. Where is this public benefit? Rather than benefit the owner, has allowed this beautiful historic mansion to deteriorate. None of the decisions I've discussed provide any direct benefit to the residents of Irvington, in whose interest our boards are meant to serve. In fact, these decisions are all adverse to our interests. Why do our government representatives have to be constantly reminded of whom they are supposed to be serving?
Hi there, Richard Levine, 75 North Broadway. Yeah, some fantastic comments by the crowd here. Really happy to be part of this community. I live opposite the development. So yeah, we would be pretty greatly impacted by it. Tonight, yeah, was a lot of the applicants beforehand. Everything was about comparables. And actually, maybe this is going to go against the argument, but I thought Varma did a really good job in presenting because they showed comparables compared to the other applicants. But what they didn't really show is what the comparables lead to and what their development and what their variances will lead to. Those are the things that we certainly feel, and the community certainly feel, are not going to be in keeping with what this village is. So maybe the stone wall can be cut. That's in keeping with other stone walls that have been cut. Maybe the pathways and stuff would be the same, but what it leads to is certainly not. And yeah, feel that I think you guys can hopefully see that. And as mentioned before, a cascading number of decisions have led to this. I'm not going to say monstrosity, but I've said it. But to this development plan. And you have the chance to, yeah, step in and hopefully do what's right for the village and, yeah, oppose such a thing. I wasn't here last meeting as I was away, but I saw the video. And is it public knowledge or reasons as to why the other board member had to come away and what was the decision? Is that?
You know, after he ended up recusing himself, that's all I can tell you. He's also the alternate member, so he wouldn't necessarily be required at this meeting anyway, but he actually had a conflict that made is my understanding. Oh, I don't know. He didn't tell me. He just told me he had a conflict and he couldn't be at the meeting tonight. But he wouldn't vote on this matter anyway, because we're a full board.
But if he didn't have a conflict last week, then the motion.
No, he had a personal conflict. He a scheduling conflict.
Last week, if he was not conflicted, there was a quorum and the motion didn't pass. No one seconded it.
Right, there was no motion because no one seconded. So there was nothing that we voted on. We didn't vote on anything. Because nobody seconded.
I thought you said you approved it and then you went for a second and
didn't get it, right. So there was no motion. You can only have a motion if I propose a motion or anybody else proposes a motion, which happens too, and someone seconds it, then we vote on it. But there was no second. And then Keith, sort of, who is the alternate member, started talking about possibility of a conflict. We had to look into that, and Keith ultimately, between last meeting and this meeting, decided to recuse himself. That's all I can tell you. Thank you.
My name is Luke Jorger. I was here last time. And so I'd like to just read a written statement, which I think does recap a little bit of what happened last time, if that's okay. So
And
I didn't.
you live in Irvington?
Yes, sir. Irvington, New York. I didn't expect to be standing here again discussing this project, not Jersey. This matter was decided in the last meeting, I think, but it seems the board disregarded its own vote. At the last meeting, residents spoke at length about why this development's fundamentally wrong for the location. I think we've all talked about that. The scale, the traffic, pedestrian safety, flooding, historic preservation, wildlife, mature trees, Strawberry Lane, impacted the character of one of Irvington's historic gateways. Then the board voted. The chair supported the proposal and the other members did not. One board member gave a particularly moving explanation. He talked about running along the old Albany Post Road, touching the historic milestone that was left there, thinking about the generations who came before us. He said, after listening to the community that evening, he became convinced that the project's impact on our history, environment, traffic, and safety was simply too great. Then he disclosed something that changed the atmosphere in the room. We all remember that. He stated publicly that Mayor Burgos had contacted him and encouraged him to vote in favor of the project. The room went silent. I'm not alleging misconduct, and I don't know what was said beyond what the board member disclosed publicly, but the community deserves answers. Is it appropriate for the mayor to contact a member of an independent land use board about how to vote on a pending application? Were other members contacted? What rules govern these communications? Chair. These are reasonable questions, and answering them openly is important to maintaining public confidence in the process. What happened next was also troubling. There was a discussion about whether the board member should have recused himself, and it now seems he did or was forced to. But according to his own explanation, he hadn't made up his mind beforehand. He said he reached his decision after listening to the public hearing. And isn't that what a public hearing is for? Developers make their case, residents make theirs, board members listen, deliberate, and vote. And that's what happened, right? Even without that member, as I understand it, the proposal did still not have sufficient support to pass. So why are we here again? At some point, no has to mean no. This kind of reminds me of somebody in 2020 who wanted to recount the votes till they got the result they wanted. The fundamental problem with this proposal has not changed. Talking about apartments, schools, massive parking lots, substantial changes necessary to accommodate all of it. We're talking about altering a historical stone wall, roads, culverts, traffic patterns, pedestrian infrastructure. We're doing all this in a historic, largely residential and natural part of Irvington, where Strawberry Lane can barely accommodate two vehicles. We all know this, where Broadway is already difficult, dangerous, deadly to cross. There's a basic planning principle here that I think we're losing sight of. If you have to redesign the neighborhood to make the development fit, perhaps the development doesn't fit the neighborhood. Irvington's own zoning language emphasizes preserving Broadway's scenic character. This is your own zoning language. Historic structures, deep setbacks, and open landscapes. These aren't the words of the opposition. These are Irvington's own stated values. Mature trees cannot simply be replaced with four-year-old trees, considered equivalent. Historic stone wall cannot be constructed and reconstructed and retain the same meaning that it did. The everyday experience of people who actually work these roads, cross Broadway, watch the drainage system, and struggling during major storms shouldn't be dismissed because an engineering model says something is technically possible. This brings me back to the story I told last meeting about my mom at the Penn Station when it was being ripped down. New York eventually understood what an enormous mistake tearing down Penn Station was, and that destruction was too late when it was done. Historic preservation requires humility and common sense. It means recognizing we're temporary custodians of places that existed before us and should exist after us. So tonight I'm asking for two things before any vote is taken. First, the village should publicly explain the legal status of the previous vote and the rules governing communications between elected officials and members of independent boards concerning pending applications. Secondly, respect the decision the board already made, right? I mean, this decision was made. The developer presented its case, residents presented theirs, board members listened, and the proposal did not receive sufficient support. That is all water under the bridge and the elephant in the room here. if you're asking me. Residents shouldn't have to keep coming back month after month, year after year to defend the same things over and over again. Of a project whose fundamental problem remains the same, it is simply too much for the location. This isn't an argument against development or change. It's an argument for development that respects the place where it's being built. Irvington shouldn't have to change itself to accommodate the product and the project should respect Irvington, or just you guys got to respect the vote that you did last month. It happened already. So that's all I have to say.
So just to be clear, we're not disregarding anything. There was no vote last week. I made a motion, there was no second, so there was nothing to vote on. It's not the end of it. Somebody would have had to make a motion to not approve the variances, and nobody wanted to make that motion. And that's what happened. There was no vote one way or the other. There's no motion that got a second from anybody. And I just want to clear up just one other thing, because I just think it's not fair. The other member did not say that the mayor called him and encouraged him to vote in favor of the project. He said that she called him about a recusal. And I'm not going to go into a he said, she said, or what they decided. I'm just going to tell you that it's not a fair characterization to say, and anybody can watch the tape. It's on tape. You can go back and see. He did not say she encouraged him to vote in favor of the project. She said she thought he needed to be recused, which is what he ultimately did decide to do.
So he asked to be recused before anything happened. So she asked him to recuse himself before the meeting.
It's not fair for me to say, I will say that he recused himself.
Okay. Before the meeting, why was she asked him to recuse himself?
Yeah, I mean, that's not a fair, she should comment on that if she wants to, or he can comment on that if he wants to. I'm not going to say anything right back. Would you like to say something?
Yeah, is it possible to share my screen?
Is it possible, Sarah? Okay, great. And what's your name?
Adam Stallero. So I wanted to start with the applicant's removal of the pedestrian plaza, which you can see was here. This is a figure from our submission from July. Our argument in that submission is that in order to grant a variance, the applicant has to be able to show that everything that they're asking for is necessary and can't be reduced in size or removed. And the applicant submitted a letter to you in June saying, nope, everything we're submitting to you is absolutely necessary, can't be removed. And then it turns out that the pedestrian walkway could be removed and the curb cut and the cut on the historic wall in Strawberry Lane could be removed. And there are still aspects of this proposal that are not necessary, including the this walkway here that leads to the pedestrian plaza, which has been removed. But this walkway is not necessary for pedestrian access to the property.
So how would a pedestrian access it?
Through the entrance on Strawberry Lane. They walk down Strawberry Lane to reach Broadway. It's not necessary for them to have a walkway that cuts across the Broadway buffer. Everybody who lives on Strawberry Lane, if they want to get to Broadway, they have to walk down Strawberry Lane. So the applicant has made very clear that this is for the benefit of people who live and visit that building in order to get to Broadway. But it's not necessary and the board should reject it on that basis alone. Fundamentally, I think the applicant has said over and over that these are de minimis variances, and that's simply not the case. You have a 4,688 square foot stormwater structure that is not entirely underground. And the applicant admits that in their June submission. There are appurtenances to that stormwater structure, including manholes that lead into the stormwater structure that are not entirely underground. That entire structure needs a variance, and it's a major disturbance in the Broadway buffer, as is the grading, which is not a building, which is what the applicant argues in their letter, but it's an intrusion, and intrusions into the Broadway buffer are prohibited and require a variance. So the applicant's planning on disturbing 70% of the 125-foot Broadway buffer. These are not de minimis variances. Even something as simple as the wall cut to allow pedestrians out onto Broadway is not a minor variance, because you're creating with that a crosswalk, a hawk signal, all with intended impacts. So to describe that cut in the wall as a de minimis variance is not correct. This is going to majorly impact the way that this property fits into the community. Even something that maybe on paper is as small as, a cut in the stone wall. The way that the applicant tonight was describing the removal of historic stone walls, which are a listed protected historic resource, according to the village board and the law of this village, to say that it would be more compliant if they removed the entire stone wall from the front of Broadway is like Orwellian, right? It's like newspeak, right? To say like, if we removed everything that makes this property historic, it would be more compliant because according to them, the code doesn't want things in the Broadway buffer. That was not the purpose of the code. The purpose of the code and the comp plan is to preserve the look and feel of the Broadway buffer up and down Broadway, this important entrance into the village, basically as it exists today. Okay. And to say that their, destruction of a historic resource would be an improvement under the code is simply not true. And I think the board understands that. In terms of the fire department's letter and the necessity of this curb cut, I think number one, the board should request from the applicant the correspondence between the fire department and the applicant from the planning board days, showing the fire department saying, can you make it X feet? I don't think it's sufficient for the fire department to send this sort of post hoc after the fact letter to say it needs to be X feet. And the board should ask for those records. I mean, there should be correspondence from the fire department. The second thing is that if it were true that you needed an X size curb cut on Broadway for fire purposes, then the village code wouldn't say you're limited to 24 feet. And there are plenty of examples of commercial curb cuts that are not this size. So I'm not sure why the fire department is saying it's necessary here, but Mercy University, for example, which has 9,000 students approximately, recently redid their commercial curb cut and it's not this size. So I don't understand why, if the fire department needs a commercial curb cut to be a certain size, the village code doesn't say it needs to be this size. I don't know why there's a disconnect between what the fire department is saying here and what the village code says. And finally, I have to say, and other people have talked about this, but the way that the village is conducting itself with respect to this application is the antithesis of good government. Zoning board member Keith Greenbaum was told by the mayor to recuse himself. When he didn't do that, he was browbeaten by the mayor, the village attorney, and my understanding is the ZBA chair as well. And the ZBA chair literally screamed at him after last month's meeting in front of the public after the meeting was over. This is a part of a pattern by the mayor and those who want to push this project through at all costs. Independent boards are at risk in this village, and the village residents should do something about it. This is not how civic volunteers should be treated.
Adam, can I ask you a question? With respect to what you're showing, the stormwater structure, is it your contention that a structure that's entirely underground should require the should require a variance given to it by this board?
No, but it's not entirely underground. It has appurtenances. Everything that leads into that stormwater structure is not underground. So you've got an above ground manhole or a catch basin that leads into that. That's how the stormwater gets into it. It's from the surface. It's not just.
So an opening that's flush with the ground, in your opinion, is not underground.
No, and that's not the applicant's position either. They're saying openings that are flush with the ground need a variance. And what I'm saying is anything that's connected to that also needs a variance. Part of the same structure. You have a stormwater structure that has manholes, it has pipes, and it has these infiltration basins. All of that part of one structure that is not entirely underground. And they haven't applied for that variance. And that variance would be substantial.
So your contention then is that that entire structure is intrusion.
No, my contention is that that is a building under the definition of the zoning. So
structure within the Broadway buffer. So the
Yes.
manhole covers are 82 square feet.
Right.
No. I'm not asking about the manhole covers.
Yeah.
I'm asking about the storm.
The stormwater is connected to the manhole. It's all part of a stormwater system. That is
I'm
not
making
entirely
myself clear. Right. So the stormwater system itself is an intrusion into the Broadway buffer.
I'm just distinguishing between intrusion and structure. I'm saying it's
But the code doesn't. It says
The code
intrusion
does.
or a structure.
right, because we're making other arguments that there are intrusions. So we, and I don't have it in front of me, but in our letter from July, we submitted examples of the planning board and the zoning board finding that grading is an intrusion. So that's one, intrusions are one thing and structures are another. Both of them require a variance. And this, I would say, is not an intrusion, it's a structure.
Anybody else like to be heard?
John Dawson, 76 Hudson Avenue, Irvington, New York. I'm just a little confused with some of the things that I've heard tonight. I was hoping I could get some clarification. This gentleman said that the Board of Trustees changed the zoning code in terms of usage, that now it's daycare as well as schools that can be on their property?
Change the definition of a school.
So
They don't have the authority to
So
do
that's
that.
not,
State code.
that's not true. If you look at the
Right.
definitions in the village code, does not include daycare. We have no determination from the building department whether or not that's an accessory use. So I have no opinion on whether or not the definition of school is satisfied with the structure that they're proposing. That's up to the planning department to decide. They need to make a determination. We don't have that determination.
They still changed the definition of school in the code.
It ends at nursery school, it does not include daycare.
It was changed specifically and admittedly by the village attorney in papers filed in New York State Court to accommodate this project.
In January.
In January.
Right, so the January definition does not include daycare.
That's not the point.
Okay, well, I thought that was the question, Mr.
No, that's
Dawson.
my question.
Yeah, so I'm responding to his question. If you want to ask me another question, let Mr. Dawson finish, okay?
May I?
Yes?
Okay, my concern is that if in fact this is going to have 6-month-old or even 6-week-old toddlers, as one of the board members told me at one of the facility meetings, has the state ed been notified about this to give their approval of having this in? Because it seems to me this is the linchpin to their whole project, is getting the money from that to do everything else. And it was already stated that, they're worried about having to come back for other variances. Why don't we get that settled before we even have to worry about anything else?
That's not a matter before us tonight.
Well, that's
right.
So I'm asking you then, my question then is, doesn't it make sense that maybe we should make that part of what we're doing before we go forward? That's all.
Anybody else like to be heard? Come on up.
Catherine Monk from 9 Dow's Lane. And I'm just been here 6 years and have never come to a meeting. And I'm really motivated to come to this because of what this project means for really taking care of the history of Irvington and the preservation of our village. And so much has already been said with which I agree. And it just seems like the cost is extraordinary to our neighborhood and our village. And I'm not sure who's benefiting and why. What solution are we solving? We have a housing crisis, but this is not solving that. And I guess Lou Laro was brought up. And when I first came here, Lou Laro had a big celebration. They were trying to get going, to get money for that beautiful mansion. And it was a disaster because of the traffic. And that, as I understand it, and I was lucky just to have a tour there, because I'm through connections at Columbia while I'm employed, they cannot get going in part because they can't figure out the traffic problem. So it seems like there's an equity issue that we're going to allow this huge traffic problem on North Broadway. And Lou Laro is not moving forward in part because of the impediment around the traffic that would happen on Broadway if people were really going into that mansion.
Yep. Huh.
Hi, Tony Altamura, 1 Meadowbrook Road, Irvington, New York. I just want to touch on 2 points. One, we just talked about the question of use and whether a child daycare use is a school use, and I think it's kind of zeroed in on this at this point. I think the village has taken the position, or trustees meeting, that the preschool portion of the use is now permissible because of the change in the law, but child daycare piece is still, it's not within the definition of school, and they're relying solely on this concept of child daycare being accessory use to a preschool. That is by no means a position that is supported by New York State law, and that's going to be a topic of an appeal before this, a question of interpretation before this board at the next zoning meeting. So I guess Mr. Dawson mentioned, why are we looking at passing or considering variances for a project that at the next zoning meeting you might conclude is not even permissible? If any, the zoning code says that if any part of a building, and this is just one single building, if any part is impermissible, then no special permit can be issued in connection with the building, even if the rest of it is permissible uses. So if a child daycare use is not an accessory use to a preschool, which it's not, the building can't go forward. They'll have to redesign it or get rid of that portion of it. That's one point. The other point I wanted to get to was, Judd talked about this question of, in the context of a variance, it's sort of like, are there any other ways of getting things done here without doing what they're requiring? Well, they're breaking, they need the curb cut, they need to break the stone wall to provide access, so they say. When we talked about, well, could you come up through 88 Broadway and use their driveway? That's something that's been considered before. The WPP, I think it was the developer before Varma, considered that, thought about it. Varma claims that he spoke to the owner, KEF is the current owner, and they wouldn't allow it. The fact that both of those developers thought that that was a prudent approach to providing access to the building and went and explored that suggests that it's certainly something that's feasible, but for the fact that current owner is saying, no, I don't want to give you an easement on my property. Well, he's selling his property. And they're selling it to somebody who's going to build, supposedly, or wants to seek to build a senior living facility. That project will require a special permit issued by the planning board. The planning board can provide whatever conditions it deems appropriate and reasonable to allow for that special permit to be issued, which could be the issuance of an easement. They may mandate that owner give an easement to Varma to allow access. By doing so, you don't have to break through the curb cut. You don't have to destroy the historic wall. You can even preserve the mansion because you'll have access with fire apparatus that would be able to access that building, which was the argument they made for why they have to tear down the mansion. They wouldn't be able to get fire trucks back there to protect it. All of those things are potentially achievable if that becomes the access point for the property. And the code, as somebody said earlier, you're not supposed to touch the wall unless it's absolutely necessary. You're not supposed to destroy that building. You're supposed to adaptively reuse it to the greatest extent possible. There are questions, reasonable questions, about whether or not this type of access could be provided, thereby save the wall and save the building. The fact that the Varma may have spoken to the current owner and he wasn't willing to give it an easement is almost beside the point, because the planning board can mandate that the next owner do so if they want a special permit to do what they want to do. In fact, the planning board could go to the new owner now and say, you should give the easement, because we're not going to approve a special permit for senior housing development unless that is the way that we deal with this issue. And the current owner would gladly give the easement to allow for the sale of the property. So there are solutions here that would preserve the wall, that would preserve the building. They're common sense solutions. They've been thought about. Varma himself considered it and then just claims that he got no answer, but there's a new owner now, presumably. So it's something that should be revisited. You shouldn't vote in favor of allowing them to destroy this historic asset without all of these things being considered carefully and thoughtfully. Frankly, you shouldn't be voting on these variances until after everything else has been looked at and the appeal that's been filed for the interpretations regarding permitted use and coverage and several other issues that have been raised and are before you now. It's going to look rather silly if you guys vote in favor of variances and then next month determine that the project isn't permitted and therefore can't move forward. You should probably consider all of this comprehensively at one time, at one point, rather than piecemeal. It's just not the way land use should be conducted in any municipality, especially here. Thank you.
Good evening, Jeremy Klausner, 91 North Broadway. I want to address this gentleman's question and make sure that the record is clear and correct. In January, the Board of Trustees changed the zoning regulations. They adopted a definition of school. There was no definition in the zoning code prior to January. In papers submitted to the New York State Supreme Court, the village said, the Board of Trustees' intention in adopting a definition of school was to settle the controversy raised by opponents of the Varma development during the planning board site review. They changed the law to accommodate this project. And that's not all they did. They also removed a very important traffic safety provision from the MFO. And that is the provision that requires the project to be in conformity with the neighborhood in terms of danger to pedestrians, vehicular danger, etc., and not just the quantitative measure of traffic loss at the various intersections that were identified by the planning. So they changed the zoning code in two very large and specific ways, and admittedly to accommodate this project. On the second issue, which is the traffic safety issue, the village submission said very similarly that it was in an attempt to settle another controversy that had arisen between the public and the planning. And that was the application of that specific section, which was very clearly stated in the code in several places and was entirely removed. So I just wanted to set the record straight that and this dovetails into what other people have said, that it seems that the village is bending over backwards for this project for reasons that we don't really understand. And it is a project that does not fit here. You've got a room full of people. There's not a single person here in favor or in support. There never has been. There's never been one at any planning board meeting I've been to. There's never been one at a board of trustees meeting that I've been to. So let's make sure that we are operating with the actual facts of what's happening here. The village has admitted to this. And I'll save my other comments for later, but thank you.
Anybody else want to be heard? Anybody raising their hand? Sarah? No. Okay. So, I think what we need to do, and anybody else jump in here and let me know if you have other thoughts on the board, is decide whether or not the MFO district yard provisions, the zoning code 224-47.9 and B2 apply in the way that the applicant is making in their assessment that it does. We need to decide that. Do you agree?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. So should we go through them? What do you think, one by one, and maybe take a vote? Does that make sense to anybody? I'm not sure. We've never done exactly this before, so I'm looking for suggestions from.
Well, I
other
think
board
that
members.
first, so the appellant has asserted that they don't think, for example, that the walkways require a variance.
Right.
So whether or not we grant a variance, we can put that on the shelf. We just have to decide whether or not we accept that argument.
Right.
Right. That's the purpose of the interpretation.
Right.
Right.
So do you have any thoughts on that? Anybody? Having read this law, do you have whether or not these walkways are needed to access the building on the lot?
Well, I mean, the argument that she's making is that they are required that they're needed for access to the building. So I think I think our interpretation is that requires a variance. I mean, that's what I would say.
So you're saying you think it requires a variance because it's not covered by the MFO district yard provisions, or you see what I'm saying? Like, she's saying she's exempt
Right.
from a variance.
I'm not
and you're not inclined to
I'm not
agree with
inclined
that.
to agree with that.
Okay. And what do you think, Judd?
I think that these would all require variance.
You think they all require variances? Anybody else?
Well, I certainly think that foot traffic on Strawberry Lane should be minimized, which would mean that a walkway on this property that doesn't intrude on the public walkway, I think, would be beneficial. Whether or not she requires a variance, I'm of the opinion that she does, but I would.
It's a close question.
But I would need to spend more time and look at more than just what I've been handed here tonight.
Right. What about stairways? Do we want to go through these one by one? Yeah, let's pull up the zoning provision. That would be a good idea. I mean, we may have to spend a little time on this because a lot of stuff was handed to us this afternoon.
Now, correct me if my memory is mistaken, but wasn't the stairway requested by the fire department? Okay.
The stairway from that access, air fire apparatus.
The
access
50
area.
foot cutout on Strawberry Lane.
Yes, from that to the building.
Okay.
So the zoning code lists the exceptions to the yard requirements in 224-47-9C. here's the provision.
Yep.
Other than as needed for access to the building. There, so if it's needed for access to the building, it's an exception to the yard. So all the proposed walkways are needed for access to the building.
That's your contention. Yep. Yep.
It's listed clearly as an exception to the yard.
Right, so 224-97-9C then is the planning board decides, not us.
Well, that's C3. It's a different part
C3,
of-
right.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
It's
C2.
two different things. One
Right,
is
right.
needed for access
This
and one
is
is
the-
planning board.
The
Yeah.
walkway and stair provision are
C2.
It says steps and walkways shall not project as required other than as needed for access to the building. So if it's a step or a walkway that's needed for access to the building, it's in the code as an exception to the yard requirement, meaning it could be in the yard setback, in the MFO yard setback.
Right, which is all we're dealing with here. We're not dealing with
So if
coverage
you
or
agree that
anything
that's what
like
this
that.
code provision says, then no variance is required because it's an exception to, it's allowed to be in the yard provision. That's what this code provision says. If you agree that those are needed for access to the building, and we remove the feature of the sidewalk, the one portion of the sidewalk that didn't provide access to the building, that was from Strawberry Lane. We removed that portion from the project. So all the remaining walkways are needed for go directly as access to the building, so they're allowed to be in the yard.
What about, I mean, this is straying a little bit, but what about that portion that originally connected the pedestrian plaza? Which has now been eliminated. There's still a portion of walkway.
There was, right, that's right, there was originally a portion of that sidewalk that went from Strawberry Lane to the pedestrian walkway. That's been eliminated because that clearly did not provide access. That was not providing access to the building. So that portion's been eliminated, so we don't, that's like cross that out there. So we
And so the
eliminated-
reason it's located there is so that you don't have to have a crosswalk across from the neighbors, right? Is that what I recall?
Right,
So in
and
other words,
that's
why it's not running parallel with the driveway.
Right, so the proposed walkway doesn't run parallel to the driveway because then the crosswalk would be in somebody's right abutting somebody's driveway. So we move the walkway down to the end, but that entire walkway continues around and provides access to the building. We remove the
But
portion.
it ends roughly Strawberry Lane.
No, it.
Yeah, can you
it would
pull
be
up that?
yeah.
Yeah.
I'm
Sorry.
It
confused.
goes to the corner of Broadway and Strawberry Lane.
Right, it's that one down there. Oh, yes, it's not quite Strawberry Lane.
It's on Broadway still.
Yeah, I have to say that I don't see what you guys seem to be seeing, which is that I think these are exempt under that law. I mean, I think you need a walkway to access the building, and I think you need a staircase to access the building.
Okay.
What are the other?
But-
Yeah, what's that? Sorry.
We hadn't gotten to the stairway.
Oh, right. Okay, so we can stay with walkways. Yeah, so
So the stairway was the same.
So what would you
provision
do in lieu of a walkway to access that building
I mean, there's no way to get to the building other than.
from Broadway?
Strawberry Lane.
Well, but Strawberry Lane's a private road. Okay, so then maybe it needs to, if your argument is you could go up Strawberry Lane, but
I mean, every property owner in this village has a walkway that leads to, that leads to the street. Nobody is asked to let's walk around the building and walk down.
I live on Broadway. I don't.
That's not true. But the code says if it provides access to the building, you're allowed to have it in a setback. So it's exempt from needing a variance.
yeah, because it doesn't say it's the only way either, does it? Can we pull that law up again?
Says needed.
Needed. Okay, all right, so so we're talking about needed, okay.
And again, just that I understand, and you don't need to pull back up the drawing that was up before, that that piece that extends down to not quite the corner of Strawberry Lane and Broadway. That then connects it, that then follows the driveway entrance. It joins up with the driveway entrance. It follows along it to the building.
Yeah, the sidewalk is continuous and ultimately it connects to the building. All the sidewalks.
Right, so that
So
follows,
there's a
okay,
sidewalk.
that's what I wasn't, yeah, okay.
Right, so it's that sidewalk too. There's a sidewalk that
Goes up there, yeah,
and
Yeah.
they show the sidewalks in the two side yard. There's
that, okay.
that portion of the sidewalk there, and it's all going around the building, providing access to the building. It's needed for access.
And
Yeah.
Could those sidewalks, connect and go over to Strawberry Lane?
I mean, originally we proposed the connection to Strawberry Lane. Everybody that would, objected to that. The pedestrian plaza provided access to Strawberry Lane so that people from Strawberry Lane could
Well,
come
access to Strawberry Lane outside the Broadway buffer.
Well, it's gonna be in the side yard setback. It wouldn't be in the Broadway.
Right, yeah.
I mean, it would still be
It would-
require.
I mean, it would-
It would still require an interpretation or.
Right, or a variance.
So this is the MFO that we're talking about
Right.
now. I mean,
It's just different.
there has to be some connection to the street from the property to
Right.
provide access to the building.
Right.
And that's the pedestrian access proposed, and it's allowed to be in the MFO setback.
Put a sidewalk along the driveway.
Okay, so we did
already talked
provide,
about,
we did
how that
did
wasn't-
specifically
Yeah.
consider that.
Right.
The planning board asked us to please remove that proposed sidewalk because it ended up, and probably the neighbors here tonight, and it would have connected directly in front of that neighbor's driveway.
Right.
And to avoid that, we created this extended driveway closer to the intersection to avoid interfering with the neighbor's driveway. So originally, originally the sidewalk completely tracked with the
Right.
driveway.
Right. Yeah, I saw that in the
But
minutes.
Kathy, could the access to the building on the sidewalks that are along the driveway go south to Strawberry Lane?
Instead of connecting to Broadway? I mean, I guess, but then there wouldn't be a connection to Broadway.
Yeah, but.
That still requires a side yard.
Still
Side yard
requires a.
setback, but not.
But that's what we're talking about right now.
It still requires a setback,
Yeah,
whether it
right.
connects to Strawberry Lane, it would still be in the MFO. So
It's still a setback issue,
Right, it would still be a setback issue.
wherever it ends up.
Right, exactly. I think it's needed to access the property, but
Is there a sidewalk on Broadway right there? Otherwise, what's the sense of having the driveway?
Complete streets.
So again, at
What's the
the,
sense of having the walkway then?
What if they don't get the crosswalk?
right, so if we don't get the
It's dangerous to
crosswalk,
access it.
the planning board has proposed this crosswalk location here.
Right.
It's subject to DOT approval. It's
Sure.
off-site.
Right.
This would allow pedestrian access because the sidewalk is across the
just
street.
across the street.
And in various renditions, however long ago, we actually proposed a sidewalk on this side of the property that was rejected. Because it was a sidewalk that led to nowhere because it would just be on this property and there was no continuing sidewalk along. That's because the sidewalk is on the other side of the street. So the concept is to have the pedestrian access being able to cross the street and then connect to an existing sidewalk that exists on the other side of the street.
Right, because I mean, if you accessed it via Strawberry Lane, you'd really need two crosswalks. Right, one between Strawberry Lane and then one the other way.
We proposed at
Yeah.
one point.
I think
a-
that's sort of the most de minimis way is to do it there.
a sidewalk that would be parallel to Strawberry Lane. But again, it would, that would definitely require a variance because it
Right.
didn't provide access
Right,
to the building.
right.
Um,
That would absolutely.
but this is providing a pedestrian access and the walkway is necessary to provide access to the building. So it's allowed to be in the setback per that provision of the code.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's needed under the MFO. The question is, where does it go? which is really the planning board's purpose, not ours, and they say it goes there, but either way, you need to have access to the building.
Yeah, there has to be a walkway.
There has to
And
be
it
a
has to go
walkway.
some,
And it has to go somewhere, and the planning board's in charge of deciding where it goes.
I mean,
In which
where
case-
I come out of
In
it,
which case a variance is required.
That's
Well,
what I
I
think. I
don't-
don't think a
here's-
variance is required on this.
I would say that that particular walkway right there where they want to put it in the Broadway buffer, there are other walkways that they could possibly lay, and we're talking about those as a group. So it doesn't necessarily have to be that walkway, but that is the walkway that makes the most sense for what the planning board is doing. And so my opinion would be that it does need a variance because it's not necessary, but it's where the planning board wants it. So I think it's not in the exemption, but I think if it were me, I would grant the variance because I would not want more foot traffic on Strawberry Lane. They're building a crosswalk, and that would be the best place to put it. Now, I'm also willing to acquiesce to the board if you think it is necessary and a variance isn't required. Either way, I think that walkway is something that the project should move forward to pending whatever determination the planning board makes.
So the interesting aspect of this, of course, is this is what the planning board has told them to do. Why do we have to decide whether or not it requires a variance?
Because they don't want to take the heat.
Well, the
No,
planning board didn't
because-
authorize.
because-
They made these changes and they took out the pedestrian plaza and they changed the sidewalk. And the planning board did not vote on that change. They just made the presentation, they just made the changes.
The planning board would actually prefer the pedestrian plaza,
They made the
right?
changes.
The
Right, they were the
planning
ones who
board
requested
actually would prefer the access from Strawberry Lane because it allows people to avoid having to intersect in the crosswalk and compete with vehicles there. And they could go onto the property to access, well, the potential crosswalk. So
This
from
is
a
the same
planning
sidewalk
perspective.
you had at the last.
No, it's different.
No,
No,
they
no,
took out
it's-
the plaza. Right? They took out the plaza,
They
which
changed-
is
they changed
which is
the
a separate
sidewalk as
item,
well.
right?
They changed the
We
sidewalk.
took out the plaza and we shortened up the.
And they shortened the sidewalk.
We shortened it up.
Yes.
And we took out the access point from.
Strawberry Lane.
Right, which if the
Right.
planning board had its way, it would want that pedestrian plaza
They
and
didn't
the
make
sidewalk
decision.
from.
Yeah,
They
that's.
did not make
So
a
the
decision.
planning board is actually not thrilled
Under
that
itself.
we provided this alternate plan, but this plan reduced the scope of the variances. So we're trying to be responsive to both boards.
Right, no, I understand what you're saying. I mean,
And
this is,
and
this is less of an intrusion into the Broadway buffer than what you presented
Right,
us with
and it's,
last week.
and I
last
also
month.
eliminated the variance because that sidewalk would not be necessary for access to the building, the Strawberry Lane sidewalk, so that would definitely need a variance. So by removing that, we certainly eliminate one of the variances.
Can I ask the chair for a clarification?
Sure, yeah.
Has the time for public comment closed and now we're engaging with the applicant or, and that's not,
That's
I'm
not
just,
personal,
there's like
yeah.
people with their hands up. I'm just wondering, like we had our open period.
Yeah,
Is that closed or not?
I mean, we've never had an official rule and when they've closed, if you'd like to be heard on this particular issue, then you can come up and let us, hear what you have to say.
Thank you so much. My name's Rhea Mallet. I submitted an appeal letter to this board on July 21st, asking for interpretations of the code. And I just wanted to comment here. I didn't comment earlier because we haven't noticed that hearing yet. But I want to comment here because I think the confusion you are all experiencing is understandable. Because by the applicant's own admission, the building inspector has not yet identified all of the variances that are necessary. So going back and forth now in this confusion, the applicant themselves have said, we need interpretations, but oh wait, if we don't have these interpretations, we're asking for variances. That's not the role here. The role is for you, because the building inspector has not given the number of variances, we have identified over 20 interpretations that are needed before we get to this stage right here, which is the balancing of the variances requested. So I would ask, it's not an unreasonable delay, that instead of having this discussion now, we have that public hearing noticed on what the interpretations need to be first, because it'll make this process so much easier and more sensible. That is all I wanted to say.
Let me just strongly object to that.
Yeah, no,
because
we're not.
That is not
that's-
before this
We're gonna see
board.
that. Nothing's before
The
us now.
building
so we're not gonna-
inspector
yeah.
issued a determination as to
He's-
what variances were required.
We are gonna go through.
We
what
have
he
then
did.
filed an appeal
Yeah.
from that specific determination saying these specific items are not subject to a variance for these reasons, and alternatively, we're seek a variance for these. But these are all different new
Right.
issues
No,
that
that's-
the building
We
inspector.
have a letter from the building inspector saying what
Right.
variances.
So that is untrue.
Yeah, and we have your appeal.
That day in court will happen. That day will not happen today. But
That
it
is
will happen.
untrue that I am conceding that there's any additional variances required other than what the building inspector has already determined, and we are before this board currently to discuss.
Right, and the normal flow, right, is that plans get amended based upon a presentation to the zoning board, right? And then they come back, we actually ask people to sometimes to sharpen their pencils and see if they can't find a way.
Exactly, and that would,
So
that's
this
what we
is
did
kind of
as
the
being.
norm-
Right, this is the normal process.
As far as I'm concerned.
Right.
Right.
In my experience, when I've asked for interpretations, other zoning boards have put things on hold to have that discussion first. This is actually highly unusual from my perspective. You're not asking, we're not asking for a very long delay. We're just asking for this initial question to be resolved so that the variance and the balancing according to the state law could then occur in a coherent manner.
She's asking for an automatic stay that she's not entitled
Right,
to
yeah, no,
under
we're
New
not,
York
we're
law.
not doing a stop. We're not doing a stay. We're doing what's before us tonight, and we'll do whatever we get next month. Thanks. Okay, so the question again that we're talking about right now is whether this walkway is exempt under the MFO. I think it is because I think you need access to the property. And that's where the planning board has determined, which is their role, where that access should come from. So that's what I think, but I'm absolutely open to hearing.
Well, do we need to vote on that?
I think we do, don't you think?
I think we need to vote on
On each, you think on each?
I think we need to vote on
claimed
each
exemption,
one.
yeah.
I think so, right? Okay, so I'll make a motion on that. Do I have a second?
So what, could you tell me what the
So
motion
yes,
is?
I am saying, sorry, I'll say it again, much clearer.
Am I invisible?
No,
The chair didn't recognize you, and we're debating amongst ourselves the issue that's before us.
Okay.
We see you there, but
Just be
can
patient.
we finish this? Is that okay with you?
She just made a motion.
Yeah, I made
That's
a
right.
motion.
Making public comment before the motion is. That's kind of how it works then.
For the walkways to determine whether they should
No,
be.
this is on what's before you tonight, the application that's before you tonight. I'm making a public comment about it.
All right, there's been plenty of time to make that. I didn't realize that you wanted to do that. We are talking right now about the walkways. Is it on the walkways?
Yeah.
Okay, then go ahead.
Okay. Well, the walkways.
First of all, what's your name, just
My
for
name
the
is
record?
John Paul McCallick, 21 South Buckout Street. And so the application, printed up to scale shows that they're actually, that the sidewalks have been changed without the planning board approval, that they just unilaterally said, oh, we're taking this out, we're taking that out. And so the planning board has not okayed any of that. And I sent an email today showing that the coverage this is the coverage calculation chart. I'm not sure if you had a chance to look at the email I sent.
I did not.
Okay, so this is part of their official, this is part of the paperwork, the 41 pages that they submitted. So this is.
So who's the they?
This, well, it's.
Who submitted and when?
This was submitted on.
Is this from their August submission?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
All right, so everything here is to make, they claim that the application is otherwise compliant, meaning that the tabulation sheet, which you guys so carefully go over for every application before you guys, is correct. But if you actually, they have over 2,000 feet of retaining walls that would put them over coverage, but they simply just said, oh, these 1 foot walls are 6 inches. But if you take a scale, and I brought the scale.
Okay, but coverage is not before us for the planning.
But the application is materially.
But we're not talking about coverage of them.
The application is materially false.
But we're
It is
not.
invalid. The application.
Isn't that gonna be what you guys are talking about in your appeal? You're gonna get to argue that. I mean, that's a matter of fact. It either is 6 inches or it is. I did read your email.
Yeah.
And yeah, it either, as a matter of fact, it's either 6 inches or it's 12. And that is what the appeal is about.
It's drawn as 12. Like I didn't do the drawing. I didn't put the scale. I didn't do the engineering for the wall. And that is something that they designed. They decided to maximize everything, to make everything bigger. That's why it's out of scale. That's why the room is filled with people, because it's too big. They don't have the coverage for the extra sidewalk. It's not there. They are over coverage. Therefore, they don't have any extra coverage to give for
This
the
is
sidewalk.
properly in front of us next month. And it's a matter of fact. It's not even a matter of interpretation. We'll definitely get to it then, but it's not in front of us right now.
Right, we can only do what's put in front of us by the building inspector rejecting something because of
So,
a requirement. of
as far as
variance.
the piers go, is that something I can come back up later? This is they want the variance for the new piers on the corner, the new.
Well, I don't-
You cite to
Yeah,
on
that's gonna
safety.
be a
On
variance.
safety. You
Right.
cite the safety concerns.
Yeah, absolutely.
regarding
That
the
is a
pier.
new construction. That's before you tonight.
That is something, the shape of the fence, we're getting a variance for whether it's reverse aligned or aligned, what's the word? I don't even know.
Yes, yes.
It's a,
Whether it's with the curve or not.
it's a building that's that's in the buffer that creates a hazard for drivers entering a very dangerous road.
We don't actually give variances about the design of any structure. We either allow a fence or we don't allow a fence. That is
It's not-
properly
it's
in front of the planning.
Well, it's not de minimis if it's higher than, like, why is it, if everything is low and then it goes high and it causes.
Oh no, believe me, I totally understand your point. I'm just saying the planning board, the architectural review board, those boards are charged with that.
No, but tonight they're asking for the de minimis new wall. That they don't need to put any kind of wall there. They can just, it won't produce, they can just leave the wall out. They'll make the opening and just, they don't need to put back a new wall. What for?
I think they already made that point. They would be happy to take the whole wall.
But they don't need they don't need
I live on Broadway. Can I take the wall down?
You can't justify a new wall.
But we haven't gotten to that yet.
Right.
So it's supposed to
I
sit
wish I
back
could
down
take
and
that
then
wall
come
down.
back out?
If you'd like.
Okay.
Okay, so I will make a motion and we'll see where it goes. So I am gonna make a motion that I think the walkways are excluded from necessitating a variance because of the MFO district yard provisions. I think they are necessary, needed for access to the building and the lot.
I second that.
Great. So we'll start with you, Glenn.
I have no objection to the walkway because I think that's the best place to put it, but I do think that it is not necessarily needed for there, so I will abstain.
Okay, or you can vote. No, if you want to. I mean, it's.
No, I have no problem with the walkway.
Okay.
So I will
All right,
abstain.
so this is just about whether the walkway needs a variance.
Whether the walkway needs a variance.
Right.
Correct.
Okay,
I agree. I mean, I'm trying to.
yes,
So
so,
what is proposed? Yes.
so I am
It is exempt.
proposing that it's exempt.
Yes, I agree with that.
Okay, I agree. Judd,
I we'll come to the vote on the variance
if,
later.
if it's not exempt,
Yeah,
then
so I
we'll
can
vote on a
abstain. I
variance.
can abstain.
Sure.
Well, okay. So I think it's exempt.
Okay. All right, so we've decided that the walkways are exempt. So now the stairway. So the exemption for the stairway, exemption to the yard requirement for stairs needed to access the building on the lot. To me, I agree that this is also exempt.
Could I see the
So-
picture?
Sure, let's take a look.
For the record, I also think that the stairs are exempt.
Yeah, yeah, I think they're
It's like
exempt,
those, yeah.
but
Is it just that one or?
It's right there, like,
Yeah.
it's on that Strawberry Lane.
Yep.
Right, in
Yep.
the side.
Side there,
Yeah.
that's just gonna be for the fire department. So
Mhm.
I think it's exempt, so I will make a motion.
I will second your motion. Oh, sorry, why don't I let you make
No,
the
that's
motion?
okay, I'll make a motion that the stairways are exempt under the MFO district yard provisions.
I'll second.
Okay, great, and we'll start with you, Charlie.
Exempt.
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 Okay, so the stairways are exempt. All right, so no pedestrian plaza is out. So roadway. So what are your arguments? Give me your arguments once again on the roadway.
So the roadway,
You're saying that's exempt as well.
right, that's exempt.
Under the approved part, is that the basis for the exemption,
That is planning board approved.
C3. So for the MFO district, you're allowed to have a driveway approved by the planning board. That was
C3.
yeah,
C3,
C3.
right?
And then
Yeah.
for the Broadway buffer, that's 22451B3C2. If there is an exemption when it's part of the planning board approved driveway. And then my alternate theory or my alternate reason it's exempt is because the MFO regulations control, and that's 2244713B. And under the MFO regulations, only fences and walls are subject to the Broadway buffer. And we could pull up zoning code 22447, right, not the driveway. Because the code provision 22447C4, this is what brings in here, except as it says for fences and walls, except as provided in
Okay.
22451 is the Broadway buffer.
Right.
So it lists everything that is exempt, but it brings back the Broadway buffer only for fences and walls. So for two reasons, both it's exempt under the Broadway buffer provision, which if we go to the 51. B3C2. B3, B3C2.
Two.
Here's the exemption in the Broadway buffer provision. Any driveway shown in a site development plan approved by the planning board. So it's exempt for both those reasons.
So that's the roadway, not the curb.
This is just for the driveway, the
just for the
paving, the
driveway.
driveway that's in the Broadway buffer and the MFO
Okay.
setback, the front yard setback.
Yeah, I mean, I agree. Does anybody else have any thoughts on that?
Paul Kirby, 85 North Broadway. I live right across from the development. I've been through a ton of these planning board meetings, and they are going to have cars queuing in the driveway. Somebody brought up a good point. You have to catch a train. You can't park. You want to drop your kid off to daycare. Get out of your car, take them in. So there, earlier, the point was brought up. There's parked cars in driveways that counts, or I guess we're not talking about coverage, but there's a good possibility there'll be parked cars within the driveway. It is a really considered a driveway there. I just wanted to make that point. They have 10 parking spots for a, keeps changing, but I think 150 kid daycare during peak hours. There's not enough parking, so it's not going to serve as a driveway in those instances.
David, I think the argument here is that the zoning board is not empowered to grant the variance. It's really the planning board that controls.
Right.
Well, that it's a variance is not necessary when it's a planning board
When
approved
it's a
driveway.
planning board
So if the
Correct.
planning board
driveway.
approves it as a driveway, it's
Right.
no variance is implicated.
The planning board hasn't approved it.
Right. So it's subject, it's
Subject
the
to
subject to planning board
Subject.
approval.
Right.
Subject to planning board approval, right. I mean, I do think it qualifies.
No, that's what I have in my notes.
Yeah. Anybody else have any thoughts on that? Okay, so I will make a motion that the roadway is exempt from the MFO district yard, exempt from needing variance because of the MFO district yard provisions. Do I have a
And the
second?
buffer requirement and the buffer provision.
And the buffer requirements, yes, right, it's both, yes. Second,
A second.
okay, Clem?
Approve, agree,
Agree, yeah.
exempt.
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 And this is exempt because you need a driveway to access the property.
I thought it was exempt because the planning board approved it.
Because the planning, right, and the planning.
And,
board,
and the language of the MFO
right,
Yeah.
regulations.
It's slightly different.
yes. Okay, so now we are on to curb cuts. So exception when part of a planning board approved driveway. And also the MFO is what I'm reading from this document. Also, the MFO regulations control, and under the MFO regulations, only fences and walls are subject to the 125-foot Broadway.
So that's the same exact reasoning as the driveway, and we're just talking about the curbs that are part of the driveway. So if you could pull up the.
Right, so if the former is exempt, this needs to be.
This needs to be exempt too, yeah,
Right.
yeah.
Yep.
Okay, so I make a motion that the curb cuts and the curbs are exempt from needing a variance due to the MFO district yard provisions.
A second.
Okay, Charlie, we'll start with you.
Yes, exempt.
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 Okay, now I think, grading. So grading is the next thing.
So we could pull up the definition of a building, which is defined in the code in 224(3).
Okay. But does this have to do with the MFO? Or is this just more a definition of grading under the code generally, if you know what I mean?
Well, grading is not
Right, it's not an
a building,
activity,
so it's
right.
not something that's covered. They talked about yard requirements are what's above the ground, and grading is not a building, so I don't see that it's implicated
Okay.
as part of, it's an exception to it doesn't require a variance.
It doesn't require a variance. Do you need a ruling on that?
Yes,
Okay.
because
all right.
the building inspector's letter specifically said grading.
Okay. Okay.
He said grading.
I mean, I don't think grading is a structure that we would have to give.
An intrusion.
It's an intrusion. All right, so let me think about this.
The code.
Can you pull up the
you have to
code
read
for
the
us?
code
Yeah,
as a
can you
whole.
pull up
It
the
talks
code?
about additional structures or intrusions and then puts in parentheses extensions, right?
Right.
So the parentheses is defining the word intrusion. And then if you actually look at the code provision under
Well, is it
220
defining the word or giving an example?
Right, that's the question, right?
Right.
But if you look
Yes.
at the code as a whole in 224B1, 22451B1.
Okay, exactly.
So it says for This is the first part of it, for existing lots.
Yep.
And then what's prohibited in the buffer is here. The following shall be prohibited in the Broadway buffer: erection of any building, accessory building, or parking structure, or portion of any of the foregoing. So it's specifically referencing the erection of a building.
Yep.
The removal of trees.
Yep.
The paving of land, and, you know, except for that exception about the driveway.
Right.
Skip the paragraph above that says the Broadway buffer should be more restrictive than all the other code. So it just said that there, right? Shall be
Right, I
governed by
showed-
provisions of this subsection to the extent they are more restrictive than other applicable provisions of this chapter.
In other words, not the MFO district.
Except that we have the provision in the MFO district that says the MFO district regulations control, and if there's any ambiguity in the code, you have to rule them in favor of the property owner. Codes have to be strictly construed.
Ambiguity.
That's not ambiguous.
It is to me. If one provision is saying the buffer is the controlling, and the other provision says the MFO control.
Right.
And the provision says this is what's prohibited in the Broadway buffer, and it doesn't say anything about grading. There's not one word in this Broadway buffer provision that precludes grading anywhere in the Broadway buffer. The precedent by this board is not what controls. The interpretation of the code is what has to be strictly construed in favor of the property owner. That's zoning regulations under New York law, and you can't put words or insert terms into the code that are not there, and the code does not say grading requires a variance.
Code does say intrusions are prohibited, and we provided examples, the Rodriguez and Mahali application, and where grading was found to be an intrusion that required a variance.
It doesn't say intrusion or it says any additional structures or intrusions, extensions into the Broadway buffer.
Say intrusions and then
It says you have to read the whole thing. It doesn't say intrusions are prohibited. Under the list of intrusions, it specifically says buildings and extensions to buildings.
go to 22451B1.
It does.
I was there.
That extension means.
B1B1.
Whether that's an example or.
You can extend land, you can extend a building, you could extend.
says it
your
right
arm,
there.
you
What-
can
what's-
This one I'm not
Sorry.
sure.
It says the following shall be prohibited.
You're not in the
Broadway
right section.
buffer.
Go to B1.
I understand that. I showed you that before. It has two different things. You can't just read part of the statute. You have to read the whole statute as a whole to get the interpretation.
Please go back up to B1.
God.
Any additional structures or intrusions, extensions into the Broadway buffer shall be permitted only by a variance, not by an exemption. So you have to give meaning to each word in that. You can't say, well, structures, intrusions, extensions, all the same thing. It's not. There are three different words there. And you have precedent that we've cited in our
And the word
submission
doesn't say grading.
that intrusion is considered grading. No, it doesn't say grading.
Right,
But
it doesn't
intrusions
say
includes
grading.
And we have.
According
submitted precedent.
according to the opponent's counsel, intrusions include grading, but not in the code provision that we're actually reading.
And also
interpreting.
according to the building inspector, which is entitled to deference by this board. You have the building inspector saying grading requires a variance. So it's not just me saying this stuff. You're the one appealing from the building inspector who does this every day for this village, saying grading needs a variance.
And just for my notes, where did the building inspector say that?
Could we see the letter? Yeah.
That's why they're
Okay.
applying for an appeal.
He said, i.e. roadways, curb cuts, sidewalks, utilities, grading, drainage improvements, landscaping, walkways, stone wall. So he put that.
Yeah, okay.
He did, and we appealed that
Yeah.
determination
I
because the
think
code
this one is
provision.
Closer because I'm not sure what that means by extensions, whether that's exclusive, but if it wasn't exclusive, why would they? not?
It's qualifying what an
So,
intrusion is.
Yeah, I would think this one probably needs a variance. So I will make a motion to say that I think the grading needs variance.
I second that.
Glenn?
Agreed.
Yeah, not exempt.
Not exempt, what do you say? Okay, so this one will need,
So I just want to make clear for the record that the applicant has not applied for this variance. They did not apply for
I
it in the alternative.
alternatively applied for
They-
every
they did not.
variance.
It's not in
I
the chart.
alternatively, it's, my chart is not my whole submission. My chart is,
No, I thought
alternatively
you-
applied for
I
every
thought
variance.
my understanding was that the request was for interpretations in the, to the extent, right, the alternative that they were not granted, you were asking for a variance. Landscaping.
Sorry, it's not correct. If you look on page 3 of the applicant's June 15th submission, it goes through the whole chart. This is on pages 2 and 3. It says, when they're asking for otherwise a variance, they state otherwise a variance. And here for grading, it does not state otherwise a variance. Utilities, which is the line above, says otherwise variance. Drainage improvement, which is the line below it, says otherwise variance.
Again, my
Paving of
chart
land
is not
system-
my full submission. My
Kathy,
full
I've now
submission is in
pointed
the
to two
writing.
Different
You're-
submissions by you in 2 different months that
Okay, like
where you're not
I will
applying for the
read
variance.
actual language in.
And
Yep.
you
Let's
know,
hear
this
it.
it's a big deal because grading requires a variance. That's a very substantial square footage of disturbance in the Broadway buffer that they have not factored in. They've not told you what the impacts are. They need to reapply for it.
So my very first submission, therefore the board should grant the applicant's interpretation and determine that all the project elements identified in the denial of the zoning code expressly permits as discussed above do not require area variance. Alternatively, the board should grant the requested area variance along with the other project elements the applicant acknowledges require area variances. So it's specifically stated that if you do not agree with the interpretation, I am alternatively seeking a variance.
Yeah.
And just because it's not in one portion of the chart doesn't mean it wasn't
In
how
the
this
submission,
application
yeah.
was noticed and how it was presented to this board.
Right. Okay. Okay, so talk to us about landscaping.
So landscaping is not precluded in the Broadway buffer. It's the removal of trees. Having an 8-inch, so we could pull up that provision, it's 51B3B. So it says the following shall be prohibited in the Broadway buffer, the removal of any tree having an 8-inch or greater caliper at a height of 3 feet. And an exception to that is if it's part of a site development plan approval or waiver granted by the planning board. So landscaping itself is not precluded. You're allowed to landscape the Broadway buffer. If you remove a tree that fits within that 8-inch or greater caliper at a height of 3 feet, it's not allowed unless it's subject to site development plan approval by the planning board.
Right.
So everything here is subject to a landscape plan that will be approved by the planning board.
Okay.
So the code only prohibits removal of certain types of trees, not authorized as part of a site plan approval, not the addition of trees. And
Right.
no tree is being removed. That's not going to be a part of a site plan.
Okay. I do think this one is exempt.
Right, planning board.
The planning
Yeah, I
board
mean,
controls
obviously
this.
the,
Yes,
you
yes.
wrote no on your chart, which is not accurate. This would be exempt for the same reason that we
Yes.
voted to exempt the others,
Which
because
is
it's
that-
subject to a planning board site approval.
Proposal, yeah, so that's,
Right, I did
yeah.
allow this part of site plan approval, just in the other column.
Okay,
so anyway, I am making a motion that landscaping is exempt due to the fact that that is the planning board's purview and it does
Second.
not need a variance. Second, great. Charlie, what do you say?
Exempt.
Exempt.
Exempt?
exempt.
Okay, so where are we? We are on paving of land. When part of driveway approved by the planning board and regarding the walkways, the MFO regulations control.
So the only
Yeah.
paving of land is the walkways and the driveway, which this board has already determined is exempt. The only other paving of land is existing, which is that corner of Strawberry
Strawberry
Lane.
Lane
There's
for
an existing
access to the-
encroachment of the Strawberry
Yeah.
Lane Road onto the property. That's going to remain. No changes are being made. And there's like a 12 square foot existing slab concrete on the property. That's the only other paving that's existing.
And that's existing. You're not
Right.
redeeming that. Yeah, I think this is exempt for basically because it's controlled by the other decisions we've already made. Do I have a second? Second?
Oh, it's Charlie's turn.
Oh, sorry. Okay.
The reason.
Exempt?
Exempt.
Okay. Great. Okay, so I think there's just one more that we have to decide. Curb cut on Strawberry Lane. There's not going to be any change to this. That's right? So it just
That's
is what
correct.
it is.
So it's 50 feet now. It's remaining 50 feet.
So usually when we find things that are existing non-conforming,
Yeah.
we issue a variance.
Yeah, yeah.
It's
I
not-
kind of think we need to do a variance for
Right.
this one. So my motion on this would be that it is not exempt.
I second that.
Okay, start with you then.
I agree. It is not exempt.
Okay,
Agree.
agree?
Is the opening, the existing opening on Strawberry Lane?
Yes,
Yeah.
then it needs variance. What my motion is.
Yes.
Okay.
Right.
Okay. And that is it. So now,
So I don't know if you also want to
oh, what's that? Sorry.
rule on the utilities and the drainage improvements.
Oh, did I miss
We're-
one?
So we do need, we've conceded we need variances, but for those portions that are entirely underground, we don't need variances.
Right, so
Because-
usually at this point, right, we vote on all of the variances at once, right? Whether or
Okay.
not in totality, we think that variances should be granted. So we're not gonna grant 3 variances and deny 1. We're gonna,
Well, I guess the question is, are we done with the interpretation?
I don't see anything else on the list.
Okay, that's.
Drainage and utilities are still on the list.
Right, they
Right, so
require
that's-
variances.
Well, no, but they require, some of them require, or may be subject to exemptions. Is that?
Correct. So what the drainage and utility improvements, the exemption is if they're entirely underground, because that's the definition of a building. So we're only seeking so that, for example, that's proposed stormwater improvement that's entirely underground, the 4,500 square feet that's going to the stormwater infrastructure, that's entirely underground. It is not a building per the definition of the code of building. So it's allowed to be at setback, just like a septic tank, right? Just like other utilities that are underground. So any of the utilities, stormwater infrastructure that's underground is not a building per your code, which exempts anything that's entirely underground. And if you look at this definition of front and side yard, it talks about as an unoccupied ground area. What we are seeking variances for are what's on the ground. Those specific manholes, for example, the fire
Things that are
hydrants,
above
right?
grade. Yeah, or on the ground.
And the ones that are part of the driveway are like, whatever, I mean,
Oh, yes, there's some
Yes.
catch basins
Yeah,
that are part of the driveway, so we're
drains or
saying
whatever.
those are part of what the driveway variance was, because that's part of the driveway,
Right,
those catch basins.
right.
So I just wanted to add that it's not entirely underground is not the entire part of the condition that needs to be satisfied. The structure has to be entirely underground, which it's not because parts of it come above ground. And the ground above the structure may be used as though no building were present, which it cannot be because you're going to have this area that needs to forever remain unused because there's a stormwater infiltration basin under it. So you cannot, for example, plant a nice tree that's going to block this huge, disgusting building. It can't be used there as though there are no building present because the stormwater infrastructure itself requires that area to remain clear.
Yeah, let me ask you, so these, what am I trying to say? So the catch basins, they're the things that are below ground. Are they part of what then comes above ground? Is that one
So
unit or are those
The
different?
catch basins, there's catch basins on the driveway.
Okay, no,
It's
sorry,
up.
I'm using the wrong word. The
There's
filtration system.
drain.
Yes.
So the Coltech system is
Yes.
entirely underground. You could walk on the grass, you could use that area just like there's no building there because you could walk all over it. It's open space. If you look at it, it will look as grass area. It will have, you will not see a building or there'll be no obstruction there. And you could use that entire property for passive recreation area, just like that stormwater.
So there are
infiltration.
no drains or things connected.
So
to
there,
it.
can we pull up the plan? There
guess
are going
that's my
to be
question.
some drains that,
Okay.
because you want to get the water to go in that system.
Sure.
Because currently there's no stormwater infrastructure
Right.
on the property at all, and everything just runs off the property. So this is going to detain the water and treat it and reduce the stormwater from the property.
There are pipes, it's an entire structural system, and this artificial, we're only talking about this 82 square feet, not the rest of it, is really a disingenuous way to read the language of the code, as Mr. I totally forgot your name. Solero, just said, right? I mean, the code makes very clear that it's only if it's entirely underground. This is not. And you can build on top of it. So I know you're having this discussion with the applicant and parsing words, but in this instance, you can't parse these words unless you completely obliterate
say
what
it
the
does.
actual language of the law is.
So there's 82 square feet that are on the surface. And then this Coltech system that's underground. I think I saw something that was like 4,200 something square. What's the surface area of that's underground? And where does that fall within the Broadway buffer?
It's this area here.
Could you zone out a little bit so I can see more in context? So there's Broadway. Yes, zone out. There's a reason I use that term. I think that's what I'm doing.
Not that far.
Okay,
Zoom in
yeah,
now.
yeah, zoom in now. Yeah, that's a better way to say it. Okay. Where's the line of the buffer? Okay, yeah, that's what I thought.
So for example, if you could pull up. zoom in. This is a drain. Point to it right here.
Okay.
Is that it? There's one here. Right. Show this right here. That one's here. That little drain.
Right,
that's-
yeah.
That's what that connects underground with a
Right.
pipe to here. There's a drain in I think this one already exists, right? This one is on the driveway that we're pointing to now.
Right.
That's in the buffer. That's in the
I
driveway.
guess it just kind of seems to me that you can't have one without the other. So if you need a variance for some of it.
So I gotta say.
Yeah, but there's a
Ed-
portion.
Ed's comments on this are very clear.
Okay.
His words were, it's like it's not there.
Yeah, yeah, right.
Right?
Yes, yeah,
That's
yeah.
what Ed said. And if that's the standard we're applying, then this doesn't qualify. Because there's definitely something there that prohibits things you can do, like plant trees or do other things. Right? So my view on this is that it doesn't meet the standard
Okay.
that Ed has put forth as qualifying as being entirely underground.
And it is listed. And
Yeah,
again,
so I
in
think
a
it
somewhat
needs, it
generic
needs
term of
variance.
drainage.
I guess is what I was saying.
Right.
Yeah, okay. I think it needs a
Can you
variance.
pull up the code provision? Building 224. I mean, the code provision is not, it's like it's never there. That's not what the code 224.3.
No, but that's the planning department's interpretation.
220, I know, but that's not what the code says.
Okay, but
224.3.
you know, I'm gonna defer to the planning department.
Definition. Building.
You passed it. It's in A. Okay, building.
The same as if no building was present,
Entirely underground.
entirely underground, and that portion is entirely underground.
Well, that's
It's a
unfortunate.
portion.
Right, but then-
That's
No,
not the
but he's-
conclusion I would draw from what you just said.
Right, but I think it's, wait, Ed didn't say, I'm sorry. Ed didn't say, or the building inspector did not say that he didn't identify that the portion underground needs a variance. He just said drainage improvements. So that could be interpreted to mean just the manholes that are on the surface
All of it.
or none of it, which manholes
Right,
on the
right. No,
surface.
yeah, no,
So
I
that's what,
understand.
so
All of it could be
there,
none of
it's
it could
their,
be-
it's their interpretation that what's underground needs a variance. That's not what the building inspector said. The building inspector just said drainage improvements and wanted us to make sure to highlight every single manhole, every single drainage inlet, drainage improvement on the plan to show exactly where it is. That's what he was concerned about, not what was underground. You can use that land above it,
Well, I mean,
just
but-
like there's no building there.
So
It doesn't say no building. It doesn't say you have to be able to plant it. It doesn't say any of those things. It says you can use the land just like there's no building there, and you can walk on the land.
As if no building.
The giant catch basin.
Yeah, I think it needs a variance. Is what I think. I don't know.
Alternatively, you can
Yeah.
treat it as an intrusion, which is what the planning board has done in the past. And we, in our July 21st submission on page 5, we include a quote from the planning board chair from a 2016 application where he said, in the Broadway buffer, that type of development really is not permitted without a variance. Even the detention basins. A driveway is permitted, but the detention basins are not. They're treated as intrusions.
And the planning board doesn't interpret the code.
Right, no, that's true. Yeah, we do. But I think it needs a variance. So I'm going to say that it is not exempt under the code. Do I have a second?
Second,
Charlie?
Not exempt.
not exempt.
Not exempt.
I think it's close, but not exempt.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right, you found.
I think it's exempt.
Okay.
Doesn't matter.
Yeah, no. Fair enough. I do think it's a close call. Okay, so now we are into variances. So. We need variances for the utilities and drainage. So the utilities would be like the fire hydrants, the manhole covers, the electrical vault. For the drainage improvements, the storm sector, the drains, as I've already said. The utilities, which I don't know, so that's all the same, right? Utilities. Already gone through that. So there are walkways that were not covered by the MFO, correct?
So it was our interpretation that the MFO provision governs so that the.
Oh,
the
I'm sorry.
walkway-
That was just an
before with the-
alternative. Got it.
Yeah.
Yep.
And also with the pedestrian plaza, which we're.
Right, I'm sorry. Yes, so far we're at utilities and drainage improvement.
So obviously the
Stonewall.
drainage improvement underground will have absolutely no impact on the character of the neighborhood. It will not be seen. And the drainage improvements on the surface are not going to be seen unless you walk on them and they're consistent. There's other surface.
Grade level.
Yeah, at grade level all over they're consistent with the character of the neighborhood.
Okay. So, and
And then the
so
other,
you need variances on the stone wall modifications, walls and sign, right?
yes, and we're asking for the variance in the alternative subject to planning board review on what the
Right.
safest wall
The safest wall, yeah.
configuration is and subject to the fire department.
Yep. And then more than one curb cut per, I'm sorry, at the curb cut, yes, the curb cut on Strawberry Lane, which is already there, but if we're going to allow that, we need to reaffirm it through a variance. And just, yeah, Broadway and more than one curb cut per lot. Okay,
The grading.
And the grading.
sorry, grading. Okay, so that's the lot. Anybody have any thoughts, questions? Board? Sure, just let me check on the board first. Anybody on the board?
So you'll just list them out again?
Sure.
Drainage.
Yeah, I did not do a very good job of that.
Yeah.
So, utilities, right? Let's make this utilities and drainage improvements.
I'm sorry, but in terms of categories, we're talking now about structures intrusions in the roadway buffer.
We're talking about
Or
what
side
needs,
yards.
what needs a variance, just in general.
Right, but they're different.
Yeah, you're right. They are different variances. That's a good point. Maybe we should.
But
But we've never really done that. We've always
don't-
done
we
them.
vote
That's
on
true.
the wall,
Yep.
right?
Yeah,
Okay, so-
yeah.
Yep, it's packaged.
It's kind of a package. So,
Right.
okay, so utilities and drainage.
So this would be the time for you to come up and talk about.
Yep. Let's just grading. So they would be utilities, drainage improvement, grading.
Now the time?
Just identify the-
one second,
yeah,
just so I
and
can
then
identify it
progress,
for all of
right.
us. Stonewall modification,
Mhm.
walls, sign, curb cut on Strawberry Lane, curb cut on Broadway.
Yep.
And more than one. Okay, so that's what we're talking about. Okay, so
Okay. I would just like to amend the stone wall modification to be a new stone wall in the Broadway buffer.
yes.
Okay, they're not modifying it.
Okay, yeah, fair enough. That's true. Stone wall. Any other comments from board members, questions that you want? Okay, so comments? Sure, come on up.
Strawberry Lane, just wanted to ask the board to consider maybe information that you have not been presented at all this time or last meeting a month ago regarding the grading. This has just been determined that's something that requires a variance, and you have heard nothing about it from the applicant at all. So I don't know if you going to vote on the package today. I think you're missing a big piece that has not been discussed or represented.
Thank you. I mean, there was a discussion at the planning board level, and I did read those minutes, so I do think there has been some discussion of that. But we did not discuss it at this meeting, you're right.
Yeah,
Yes.
so again, as you know from, my name's Rhea Mallet, speaking tonight. I didn't expect you to reach this decision tonight, because I did think we were going to go to the interpretation first. So the fact that you are considering voting on this as a package should make your decision really easy. Because to approve this, all those variances as a package is literally to undermine the entire MFO zoning district. I heard you talk about how, well, maybe we should be taking each of these buffer zones differently, right? There's 3 different buffers here because it's the MFO district. And when you looked at the map, this is the exact property that this zoning was created for. And the purpose of it, which you all know, but I just want to remind everyone and put it on the record, was because it was a gateway into and out of the village. This entire zoning code was created, quote, so the Broadway corridor could remain much as it is now in appearance, end quote. That's the purpose of the MFO zoning district. All of these de minimis exemptions and variances are creating a look that has caused so much passion in this village that you don't see at zoning boards and planning boards. Because voting yes on these variances will in fact undermine the entire purpose of the MFO zoning district, which was to allow development to maintain the look as it is now. Just the destruction of the wall and rebuilding it in the fashion that they've created alone is going to change the entire look. The grading, the stormwater system, you're not going to have the rolling lawn with the mature trees anymore. Even as an outsider to Irvington, I can see that. So I would beseech you all to deny these variances if you're voting them on as a package, because it's literally undermining the entire purpose of why this district was created in 2018. And that entire comprehensive plan was drafted to protect these properties, this mansion and this property, as one of a couple. Look on the map that you are voting on, and I would really ask that you deny this group of variances so that you can continue to be true to the comprehensive plan and the zoning district. Thank you.
Anybody else?
Can I just say that a lot of the objections tonight have been to the adoption of the MFO zoning. And that's not before this board. That was done by the Board of Trustees. There's been other claims about the MFO district, but the MFO district was also created to encourage a diversity of housing and specifically multifamily development. I understand that that is not consistent with the surrounding multifamily development is different from the surrounding single family homes, but it was specifically rezoned this large lot property to allow a multifamily development. And what is being proposed is entirely consistent with the purpose of the MFO district. And in fact, we're not here for any variances regarding coverage, regarding usage, or anything. It's the Broadway buffer variances and the setback variances.
So
for things that are routinely allowed, like structures underground, utilities on the site, these are very de minimis variances that are before this board, that this board has routinely granted other applications. And to hold this development to a different standard and to require, go look at to see if you can get access from some property that you don't own, that's not something that this board can consider in determining the standards to the factors to apply in granting a variance. It has to apply the factors, and there is no adverse impact to the neighborhood and this is consistent with the neighborhood. People are laughing because they don't like the development. I understand that, but that's not what's before this board. The development is allowed. The development is consistent with the MFO district, and all that's being specifically before this board are the setback variances and the multiple curb cuts, which we've shown is consistent with the character of the neighborhood.
I'm just gonna respond because she gets to respond every time, and I apologize. But if you just Google your MFO district, what comes up first is the actual corrections and the edits that were made back in 2020. And if you look at that, you'll see that a lot of the large scale uses were taken away. Of course, you can have multifamily housing done in a way on this property that doesn't require the entire stone wall to be removed. You do more cottage-like housing, small multifamily. Nobody in this room is against creating multifamily housing in that site. It's that when a developer comes in and wants to maximize it for the biggest profit they can get, they end up destroying the purpose of the zoning code. So I would just ask that you think about that, because I've not heard anybody in all the meetings I've seen online and when I've been here talk about they don't want housing here. That's not what this is about. It's about creating a project that fits within the zoning regulations that were designed pursuant to your comprehensive plan, because this is a gateway to the village, which it will be ignored if you vote yes on these variances.
Anybody else?
Again, the building is zoning compliant. We're not seeking a coverage variance. What is being proposed is consistent with the regulations in the MFO district. and no variance is being sought for the size of the building.
Chris Lando, 3 Ardsley Avenue. I'm going to repeat a few quick things and just underscore them because I think it's relevant, and it's been, I think, 3 hours since I stated them, and now we're taking a vote. But all of the code works in conjunction to define how the zoning should work, and different boards have different purviews over that. So yes, I'll take your word that your building is within coverage. But the reason you are applying for variances is because the scale of the project that you have proposed puts all of these ancillary things beyond the limits of the zoning code. So yes, the coverage is one aspect of that, but the buffer is another aspect. The fire safety is another aspect. The drainage requirements are another aspect. And if you look at what the zoning board has purview over, that you have purview over whether the applicant can achieve the same by another method. Well, the other method could be a smaller development. You don't have to have the biggest development allowable. So all of these variances would be unneeded if the project were smaller. So no, it would not maximize coverage. Maybe it wouldn't have as many, as large a school. Maybe it wouldn't have as many units. Maybe it would be different. Maybe it would preserve the mansion. But there are other ways that you would not need these variances. It's disingenuous to say that they're minor because they are only before this board today because the scale of all of the other constraints have been maximized. The code is, and the purpose of the district is a constrained optimization of competing interests, and we've hit their limit. So it is not a small variance that's being granted. It is the culmination of going to the largest extent allowable and saying 1 more inch isn't large because I've already gone a mile. I think that most compelling is that these variances are the result of a substantial change to the character of the neighborhood. Because if the development were smaller, you wouldn't need these variances. And you could have achieved the same result, the same things that you need without the variances if it were smaller. You would not need the fire safety considerations would be different. The access from the fire trucks would be different. You wouldn't need as large of an entryway. You wouldn't need to destroy the stone wall. You wouldn't need to put the catch basin in the Broadway buffer because you could put it further up the property. You wouldn't need to destroy the hill because you'd have more room. So the entire scale of this project in its totality is what's being decided, not minor variances.
So that is not true. No matter what you put on this property, these variances would be implicated. If you just developed, for example, you did what the lawyer suggested and did cottage style development of multifamily homes, you need to do utilities. I would still need to provide access. I would still need drainage improvements. I still would need the grading. I would still need to make the stone wall modification. If I just turn the existing house into a multifamily building, I would still not be able to use the access off of Strawberry Lane because it was too steep. I would still need to create, you're false. That existing Strawberry Lane access could not be continued to use once we created multifamily units in that building. You would still need to create the utilities and drainage improvements. The scale of the building has absolutely nothing to do with the variance sought by the applicant. They would be necessary to, if you wanted to do anything on this building, on this lot.
You would not need to intrude into the Broadway buffer for the drainage if you could put it further up the hill.
Wrong.
Why?
That's wrong. It's because that's very steep. You can't go up there. You have to put it in the Broadway buffer.
So you need to change the grading, which is another variance that you need.
That's been established.
Yeah, hello again, John McCallick, 28 South Buckout Street. I'd just like to point out a couple mistakes in their drawings, and that is the turning radius going in. Initially, like years ago when they first started this project, the radius, since they are adding that commercial franchise daycare to the site, that makes it a commercial minor driveway that changes the turning radius from 24 feet to 33 feet, which is required by the state DOT, as drawn in on their C201 drawing for this submission before you. they actually drew in a 35-foot turning radius, meaning that the turning radius could actually be 2 feet smaller on both sides, making the hole in the historic wall 4 feet smaller. And the same drawing also shows the sightline impacts. The car 14 feet from the state road. It shows you're supposed to be able to see a 2-foot tall box 200 feet away. If you're sitting in the car at an eyesight height of, I think it's 42 inches or 46 inches. And so the proposed new construction of.
John, can I interrupt you? When you were standing over there, the first time you spoke, you accused me of rendering you invisible. Yet every single time you approach this board, you go to that end and you completely disregard.
Well, I email everybody, so I'm sorry. It's just.
So I'm not invisible to you.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay,
Nice
thank
to
you
meet
very much.
Nice to meet you. So this is their civil.
You can go to the chair and we'll all plan.
Okay. Or we can put it up on the screen. So it's spelled out radius 35, but if you look up the New York State DOT guideline, the rules, they change it. If it's just residential, which again, nobody's against just residential, but the commercial element of this huge project makes them change it from 24 to 33. But they go even further, which means that this is not de minimis. And then they add like the piers that are right into the line of sight right here to these cars. And that's all mandated by the state DOT for safe. So you cannot, like, as drawn. And this one just catches this front one. That's right in the line of sight. This pillar. There's another one on the other side that gets in the way of safe turning. You can go. Or you can just put it up on the screen. I mean, those pillars are in the line of sight. It creates a hazard. It's new construction, and it doesn't have to be there.
Right.
And the wall could be made smaller. And again, like. It's great safety hazard.
Thank
you.
Anybody else?
So we moved to Irvington in 2018. Again, I live right across from the proposed development. We young kids just moved, followed the MFO zoning a little bit, but it was tough. But one thing that really gave us great comfort was the Broadway buffer, living right across. We loved the gateway to Irvington. In the spirit of that, it was be preserved. I'm not convinced they can't do grading and put the utilities away from the buffer and do a smaller project. It was not when it goes against the spirit of the original zoning, and it really disappoints us because that gave us comfort when it was originally passed. Thank you.
Anybody else? Is there anybody raising their hand or anything? No, good. Okay, great.
Thank you. It's Peter McCallick from Strawberry Lane. I just wanted to point out that the MFO is a little unusual under the code. It has its own section of design regulations. And one of them is that existing curb cuts shall be used to the greatest extent practicable. So nothing like that in any other zoning district. I also been following the development pretty carefully. I have never seen single plan showing access using Strawberry. As the applicant indicated earlier, this simply has not been on any application since June 2024. I think it's noteworthy that the previous developer, WBP, when they came in here, they showed access on Strawberry. Later, they changed that to having, I think, arrivals on Strawberry and departures using Broadway. but that still would have meant a smaller curb cut than what they're proposing. And I was an English major, but I add 50, which is the width of the curb cut on Strawberry. 61 is what they're proposing for at the lot line on Broadway. That's 111. The limit is 24 feet. So if we're just talking about substantiality, they're asking for a 450% of what is the mandatory maximum under the code. So you're essentially, if you're granting that variance, without at least doing a little bit more due diligence, it seems like you're just rewriting the code. Sorry. Also, in their application, you might have noticed there's an Exhibit B. It's a survey of the property, and they call it a application for a assisted living facility. I don't know if you guys caught that. So 2019, there's a survey showing that the applicant in that case was an assisted living developer. That goes back to the very earliest days of the MFO when they were still talking about restaurants, hotels, and yes, at some point, assisted living was also part of the conversation. There was a developer that came into the Board of Trustees virtually every meeting showing that you could build a 125-bed assisted living facility using the existing access on Strawberry. When Mark Gilliland and the other board members talked about maybe like reining in the different potential developments, like there's a conversation about, what will stop a 250-bed Hilton from going onto that site. The answer was always, we will use the absolute necessary clause of the protecting the Broadway wall as essentially the kind of the regulator of all that, right? And they put that language in there thinking that it would never, ever possibly be overridden, which is apparently now what is being proposed. But that was a big part of the board's thinking at the time. Also, I just want to note that it's not just the walls that are protected, but the view of that property from Broadway is also protected independently by its inclusion on the open space inventory. So there is a higher bar here. And finally, I think I heard a conversation about the letter that the fire department issued. I was at the planning board meeting last week. The village attorney and the building inspector were quite clear that the fire department was weighing in on the previous application, not the one with the convex walls, but the one with the reverse curve. Thank you.
Anybody else? Okay. So to the variances. Now I know we've, as a matter of practice, voted on them as a package, but we also tend to discuss them before we do that. So I think we should go through them one by one. Utilities. Anybody have any thought on the variance for the utilities? So this is, fire hydrants, manhole covers, electrical vault, that type of thing.
I still have Ed's characterization in my head that it's like it's not there.
And so how does that affect your decision?
Well,
I mean, he couldn't, I don't think he meant
you're not allowed to poll.
Right, well, no, you're right. You don't have to, I'm just trying to sort of discuss it.
Right.
So
to me, it's black and white. Like, stuff is there. You can't do stuff because of the drainage system. It's very problematic. It's a huge impact. I don't view it as the type of thing that would make me comfortable with how things are going to work down there in Broadway Buffer. I also have a similar problem with the new stone wall. I think it's very intrusive.
Okay, yeah, I think we can hold off on the stone wall for a minute.
Go each one like
Yeah,
utilities.
let's.
So for utilities, we've
Yeah.
had situations in the past where, we've granted variances with utilities, but maybe asked it to be pushed off the road a little bit, put in some screening, but utilities themselves as they stand, whether, it might be an electrical box or
we've
fire
made
hydrant,
people move electrical boxes out of setbacks.
Or granted
Yeah.
with screening and things like that. Within
Yes.
utilities itself.
Yeah. I mean, I'm not sure how that would work with drainage systems. I'm assuming there's a reason why the drainage, can you speak to that? Why the drainage system is where it is, or why the manhole covers are where they are? I mean, to me, I think being against, and we can talk about stone walls and other things like that, that's gonna come. But to me, a lot of these variances are just what you need for any commercial property, and that's what it was zoned for. I mean, it was specifically
Hang on a
rezoned for
second.
this.
It was a
Yep,
commercial property before.
right. It
Okay?
was rezoned as a multifamily.
So, but it was a commercial property for decades,
Mhm.
right? So, why do we suddenly need to do this?
So there are
Drainage
existing,
improvements, I would assume,
there's
because of climate
existing
change.
sewage
Yeah.
manholes and
Yeah.
water manholes that are existing on the property now. We're extending the sewer line and there's gonna be additional manholes. What's in the buffer? There's very limited manholes and drainage inlets that's gonna be in the setback areas. There's a significant landscape plan that's being provided. So this is not being done without the landscaping that you're proposing. There's a very significant landscape plan. You will not be able to see, perhaps with the exception of that one fire hydrant, any of the drainage features on the property once it's fully landscaped. From day one, you won't be able to see any of the drainage features or drainage improvements on the property, except for the catch basins that are in the driveway, which you already said are part of the driveway and not subject to a variance. So there's no impact to the character of the neighborhood from drainage improvements that are underground. You're not going to see any of the drainage grates or any of those improvements on the property, and you wouldn't even know they were there but for you saw them on a plan. So, and it's consistent with the character of the neighborhood. There's other surrounding properties that have surface drainage improvements. And it's going to be fully landscaped. That was the question.
Yeah, it was the question. Yeah, that's helpful.
Hello again.
Dispositive, but helpful.
John McCallick, 21 South Buckout Street. I'd just like to point out that only recently did they add the 5 foot by 10 foot, the 50 square foot pad required for the giant transformer box. They haven't even submitted how tall is it going to be? A 5 foot tall transformer box? It's going to be a 6 foot tall transformer box. They're going to need power for 53 apartments, 12 classrooms, a kitchen, commercial kitchen, electric cars. It's going to be a power transformer box that requires a 50 square foot pad that has not been before the planning board. And earlier tonight, you were talking about a 21 square foot addition for a patio, and you're like, oh, not 21 square feet. And so this is 50 square feet and 5 feet tall. That's going to be visible from.
Is it in the Broadway buffer?
Yeah, they just added it in their initial submissions last month. It wasn't there. Then all of a sudden, it appeared like, oh, we need power for all these people. Oh. And the landscaping plan doesn't show that it's screened.
Also, the point about the drainage is it's an improvement. There's it's an existing property with absolutely no drainage infrastructure. We're creating drainage infrastructure. We're going to be improving the drainage flow from that property. We're gonna treat the stormwater on site and not let it just roll into the street like it's currently being done. So this is an improvement to an existing condition by installing all the drainage infrastructure on this property that currently doesn't exist. Right now, it just flows right into Broadway, and we are preventing that.
I mean, I'll tell you my opinion.
It doesn't flow into Broadway because the wall's there. So if there's water that comes down the hill, the existing wall would retain the water from.
There's an existing.
The existing stone wall that's there would stop any water from directly flowing onto Broadway.
There's an existing flow right now onto Broadway. There's an existing, right there, drainage pipe. That drainage pipe, wait, let me go to the existing plan. So the wall is not precluding the flow from onto Broadway. It's in fact, it's flowing directly onto Broadway right now. And if Ed were here, he could speak to that.
Is it on the Broadway or Strawberry? Well, it's going there.
It's the corner.
Broadway and Strawberry. I mean, look, I'll give you my opinion on both utilities and drainage. I understand people getting upset about things in the Broadway buffer. It's a little baffling to me to be upset about utilities and drainage improvements. I mean, you can't compare a building that was built for commercial purposes or adapted to commercial purposes even 10 years ago to now with the amount of stormwater we're getting. It doesn't improve, it doesn't impact anybody's views. It is, to me, this is as de minimis as a variance could get on this property. You just can't sell this property to anybody and not allow them to put utilities and drainage on. That's my opinion, you know. Anybody else on the board who wants to be heard on this?
Yeah,
It doesn't-
demonstrate that it has to be Broadway buffer and nowhere else.
It's all in, it's in the MFO setbacks and in the Broadway buffer.
I don't see a problem with it being in the Broadway buffer. It just doesn't impact
The standard
your
is that it
view
can't be anywhere
or
else.
anything. It makes no, it's only an improvement. We could talk about, there are other things that we might have problems with, but to me, I don't think utilities and drainage are one of them. But again, everybody's gonna have their own decision to make on that.
If you recall, I was the sole person on the board who didn't think that this required a variance.
Yeah, right, yeah.
But you know, I read the rule. I just read the statute differently than you guys did. But I would thus therefore support this variance. There are other things I have an issue with, but this isn't one of them.
Okay. Should we talk about grading?
I'll say with respect to grading, I'll go first.
Yeah.
I haven't heard anything about grading, so I'm really not prepared to vote on grading. I mean, I think grading has to be.
I don't know that I've ever had.
I don't think we've ever voted on grading, but
Yeah, because, I mean, yeah.
I would not approve a grading plan tonight because I have absolutely no idea what they're doing. I just don't know what it is. So
We could show you the proposed grading, but the grading is to create the driveways. The grading is to allow the infrastructure improvements.
I mean, we've had.
Why don't you show us what you have on grading?
I like
We've
other
already.
elevation
With all due respect,
changes.
we've had, in my opinion, we've had 3.5 hours to talk about everything that we did talk about. If we let them present about
Yeah.
grading,
Yeah.
then we have to allow everyone here to then comment on grading.
Yeah.
Sure. Well,
I would be of the opinion that we table grading, but I mean, hey, what are we?
are there elevation changes or what? Tell us about grading.
So show the line that's the Broadway buffer. We've actually never had a variance before, and probably this board has never had a variance before for grading.
I've never. I don't remember.
Elevation changes, right?
But that's only for buildings. That's not
Yeah.
grading. Yeah.
I think Patty, we had one with Patty once with elevation change or something.
Yeah, just briefly about the grading. So the way you read these drawings is the Broadway buffer is roughly here, as we said. And if you see a light line or almost no lines, that means there's no real change. So if you see these kind of darker lines here, that's the adjusted change. And as Kathy mentioned, most of the adjustment is really to kind of gradiate the driveway for proper access for cars and for FD to get up the hill. And that's where you see most of the dark lines in terms of grading being performed. It's really nothing on this corner, really nothing in this front half at all.
Sorry, I mean, interrupt. Are you smoothing out the driveway so that it's flat, or are you curving it so water goes downhill?
These are proper details, so it's curved on either side, so it's going to be collected and pitched. The whole site has to be designed and pitched with to collect properly on the site. This entire site's designed that way.
So is the grading to support the driveway?
Correct.
Okay.
You see the dark lines is primarily.
It's driveway. It's not water flow.
And
Yeah.
where
Okay.
where again is the Broadway buffer line approximately? 'Cause
Right
that's-
here.
That's so it's that
It's not.
So it's roughly here.
So
you're
it's that portion below there that
here
we're talking.
over.
and that's the only grading that requires the variance, right?
Right. Whatever. Just these couple lines here, and I suppose what's inside here.
So it's the
Yeah.
It's in support of the driveway.
Yeah.
is where you so you see those two dotted lines? I think that's where the drainage is. So the Broadway buffer, the 50 feet is along that. Is it along that line there on the left?
This is the buffer line.
Oh, that's the buffer line.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay,
Okay.
so stone walls. That's probably the biggest part of the variance here. What are,
Curb cut.
or curb, cut,
Curb
right,
cut.
okay, but curb cut, stone walls. What are people's thoughts on this? Any thoughts? Okay, yep,
I'm sorry, I just, the applicant's own numbers indicate that the level of excavation required, so that is a kind of grading. Now, this is site-wide, is about 70,000 cubic yards. That is massive. Secondly, late today, I sent an overlay slide to you showing the before, which I think is kind of important to understand. Can't just look at the after to see what the grading looks like once the driveway is up. What you have there now are extensive steep slopes. You'll see that in the overlay I'm talking about. And those steep slopes are protected under our code, not just because they have a role in stormwater management, but also because they have a scenic value, a visual effect that's specifically protected. So once you look at the before and the after, then I think you'll have a better sense of what the scale of what they're actually proposing. Thank you very much.
So what's being primarily removed from the site is where the building is. So that's because we have to go down to create the underground parking, but that's not in the Broadway.
that's not in front of us, yeah, that's not about us. Okay, so stone wall.
So I just want to point out that they're not asking for a variance to remove the stone wall,
Right,
right? It's to build a new
Yes.
stone wall.
right,
And
right.
It's a stone wall that I don't think is consistent with the stone wall that we currently have in the Broadway buffer.
Okay.
How do you not need a variance to remove the wall? Like, seriously, I don't
Because
understand that.
the variance is for the Broadway buffer and it precludes new structures, right? So when I know I was told it was Orwellian, but I would be making just with the Broadway buffer provision, right? And not, I understand and I can see that there's other provisions of the code, which I specifically said that want to talk about in the MFO district about preserving the wall, but that's not in front of this board.
Okay.
This board is in front of the Broadway buffer, and the Broadway buffer provision says don't have structures in the Broadway buffer. So if I were building this today, I would not be able to erect that stone wall without getting a variance from the board. So removing the stone wall makes it more compliant with the Broadway buffer provision that precludes structures from being in the Broadway buffer. In terms of the proposed architectural new wall, I understand the comment that you don't think it's consistent with our original proposal just proposed to cut the wall and allow a driveway, but we were, encouraged to provide this architectural feature of an entrance driveway to be consistent with the character of the neighborhood, because there's those entrance driveway type walls around Broadway. But if the board prefers and just cut the wall and that'll be it, then we wouldn't even need a variance. But was trying to be receptive to the request to
Yes.
make this architectural feature of an entrance wall, which requires a variance because it's a new structure or wall in the Broadway buffer. But I can cut the wall and not have a variance. So
I mean, yeah, you could just cut the wall. I mean, that's
Right,
true.
and that's- and that's- and
You're
our-
right. In terms of Broadway buffer.
In
it has
terms of Broadway
nothing to
buffer.
do with just getting rid of the wall. Actually, you're right. I mean,
right,
you
and
would not
our earlier
require a
versions of this plan proposed that, but we were encouraged to please provide some kind of entrance wall feature.
Right. It's kind of like
to
the-
be an
the-
architectural,
the
but
pagoda. You didn't want that either, right?
Right.
Like, yes, I get it. Which is why it's gone this month, right?
right. But
So yeah, I get it. Right. So, anybody else have comments, Clem, on anything on the stone wall?
Oh, I just
For
want
the record, I have a
just wanna make
stone
sure
wall
I'm
in front of my
understanding what
house
you're
and
saying.
it
If we
will
drop
not let me
this
do anything to it.
what?
To get approval from the planning, that
Zoning board.
zoning board, you would drop this feature.
If this board is not going to grant a variance for that feature, and I would drop that feature. Because it's an architectural feature that we've been encouraged to provide, but we don't, originally we
It
proposed.
doesn't benefit you.
It doesn't benefit me in terms of, I mean, it would be nice to have, we think it's attractive.
Yeah.
If this board disagrees and thinks it's an intrusion into the Broadway buffer, I will cut that feature, cut the wall to the extent of just having a curb opening. And I'll put a,
Not either way. I mean,
maybe if you would give me a variance to just cut the wall and add a little like cap feature to the top of the, that would be an addition, but that would be the existing wall. So it wouldn't be a new intrusion into the buffer. So we just cap it so it has a feature, so it doesn't just look like a,
broken wall.
broken wall.
Right.
So
I'm not
Charlie,
even-
Charlie mentioned signs. I don't see a sign on the variance in the Broadway buffer. Is there a sign?
Yeah, so we
'Cause
added that.
I don't see it. Is it listed on the request for the variance?
I mean, it was, yes, we added it to, because of part of the proposed modification of the wall, the sign is behind, the original sign was behind the proposed wall. So we have the posts, it's like 3 feet of,
Do we have some visual examples of what the sign
Show
is,
like a
what it looks
rendering?
like, renderings? I don't see it, I don't see it listed.
It is, but just as, it's just listed. There's no discussion. It's on.
so we included in the coverage as the posts in the Broadway buffer.
Can we see some
So,
examples
but
of
the
what it'll
actual,
look like?
right now it's attached to the wall or right behind the wall. So if that wall goes, we'll have to come up with another kind of sign
Is
for
it
the.
The green thing.
Yeah.
Some things, yeah.
I mean, that would have to go to the ARB too for approval for the sign. But we did account for the coverage in the Broadway buffer of the posts, the 2, I would think it was like, what, 3 square feet?
Yeah.
3 square feet.
Specific.
On each
And it's-
side.
Yes, and there was another one there. And it's just, it's,
Okay, so curb cut on Broadway. I mean, I have to tell you, my thoughts on this are that the fire department is telling us that they need 61 feet. I don't know who I am to disagree with
With you.
the fire department on what they need.
With you.
I think that the curb cut will dramatically change the Broadway. I don't think that all options have been explored.
But what options?
88 North Broadway exploring an easeway from the
I
from
just
the
don't
existing.
think that we can dictate to them that they need
Well,
to.
we can
But you know what you're doing is you are you are making the decision that 88 North
Yeah.
Broadway should be
No, well,
much less
I-
money
I'm
than
just
it
saying-
is.
I'm just saying it as-
I'm not
as-
sure we can impose on a neighbor the need to make their property worth like half what it used to be because we don't want somebody to be able to access their property. I mean, the reality is,
I'm pretty sure we can.
yeah, exactly. Okay, so we can't do that. Yeah.
Okay.
And look, this was zoned as a multifamily. We didn't do it, but it's done. And I know a lot of people don't like it, but it's done and they have to access the property. And the fire department is telling us that they need 61 feet. I mean, I just can't tell you that the fire department's wrong. That's my thought on that.
The fire department's determination only goes to one of the 5 factors that you're considering, and that is whether this is feasible by some other means. So thinking about whether there's an alternative that would mean less, that would be less impactful, that's what the fire department's letter goes to. It does not go to the other 4 factors about whether this would have an impact on the community. You have the ARB saying basically that this would be completely out of character, and that the ARB submitted secret comments to the planning board that are in our submission from June 21st. But this curb cut is going to totally change the character of Broadway. So your decision, and it's a hard one, like the fate of this project rests in your hands. Now, you get to say. So the question about how wide it needs to be is a fire department question. The question about whether this should exist here, whether the curb should be cut, is your decision. I know it's a big one, but you have to take into consideration everything that's going to come with this curb cut is part of the consideration that you have to undertake under these 5-factor tests. So this is the big one.
So the character of the neighborhood, you have to just look at the whole entire neighborhood, not just the Strawberry Lane residential properties. You have to look at the property next door that has a larger curb cut. You have to look at the existing curb cut on this property, which is 50 feet wide, almost double or more than double the 24-foot requirement. The 50-foot wide is more consistent than what's being proposed, the 61 feet, than what the code requires. And the code talks about standards for site plan, for the planning board to consider as part of site plan. And that's a standard, the 24 feet. I would imagine that those standards were all developed because most of the properties that come before the planning board are single family homes, which this is not. So if you look at the character of the neighborhood, there are properties in the immediate neighborhood with larger curb cuts than what is being proposed at the 61 feet.
But they don't lead to your development.
Right, but they're in the neighborhood, so that's what this board looks like. The benefit to the applicant outweighs the whether the benefit to the applicant outweighs the detriment to the community. And if there's other non-conforming properties that have larger curb cuts in the immediate vicinity, the character of the neighborhood is those larger type lot properties in the MFO district, which includes the property right abutting 88 North Broadway with a larger curb cut opening than the proposed curb cut that we're proposing. At the minimum, where you're asked to look at the minimum width, and that's been established. The minimum width here is 61 feet. The applicant, the fire department has said, this is not a design choice. If we originally proposed a smaller driveway, the fire department said it wants a larger driveway, it needs a larger driveway. It's not a design choice, it's a requirement from the fire department.
Based
As
on your
is-
design choice.
No, not based on our design choice.
If you had a smaller building, they might.
No,
be
it's nothing to do with the building.
That's not what the fire department's telling us. The fire department is telling us that they need 61 feet to get in because of the way it's situated on Broadway, because of where the property is, not because of the type of property it is, but because of where it's going. That's what they're telling us. And I got to tell you, I've only had one other case where the fire department chimed in and it trumped the other considerations. Not to mention the fact that I really don't see how this goes against our 5 requirements. This is not a self-created problem. This is health and safety. It's just what it is. It's the way this property is zoned. It is a multifamily property. I know people don't like that, but to me, I don't see how
No one
that
in
has
this room has said
anything to
that.
do.
But I think that's ultimately what the issue is, and I think that's what it is. It's in the MFO district. They have the right to build what they're building.
No, they don't. That's
And if
That's
we-
the whole point of
We're
a
not-
special
That's
we
a
are
permit.
variance.
They
deciding-
have no right.
We are deciding very limited
We-
variances that have a very small scope. There's only so much we can
We
consider.
can't
and
we
do.
can't tell them to build a smaller building.
No, but
We
you can
can't.
deny the variance.
Not- we're not in front
But
of
we
this board
can't
for-
deny the
for
variance if the
considerations that
fire
we're-
department says that for what they are building, this is necessary.
If
They're
you were gonna come up on Broadway, if you came in through 88, you wouldn't need
Which
to
they
do that.
don't.
They,
not on the
they,
table.
it
That's
is
easy
not
enough
on the
to
table.
achieve
We
because
just,
you
that's,
could easily get an
we
easement.
can't do
granted
that.
now.
There's
The
just
new
no way we
building,
can
the new
do
owner
that.
coming in there. You're missing the point that there's going to be a new owner who's going to seek a special permit to build what he wants.
That's,
And-
that
and-
may or may not
and-
happen,
and-
but that's not
what's
working.
in front of us now.
We cannot tell the board of the trustees that they've got to extort somebody
You're
to
not
lower it.
extorting
It
anything.
is
You're
to say you
proposing
can't have
conditions on a
a
development.
permit unless you do what, unless you sell your
You're
property for
proposing
half of a
conditions
course. That's
to be
nuts.
consistent with the code that says you should not destroy that
The
wall
88's
to
just-
the
it's
greatest
just not on
extent
the table.
possible.
Yeah.
Do you have
Yeah.
something to say?
Yes, I do. I'd like to chime in again in terms of the character of this development. And as previous people mentioned, this curb cut and what is behind it, there's nothing about this that's consistent. So absolutely, the problem I mentioned, I believe a month ago, that the problem so far has been that, yes, you are zeroing in on a letter or in the code or something like that. And the big picture is, what is an MFO? Protection of the walls, the protection of the mansion. What is this developer is doing? Destroying those structures and maximizing coverage for the profit. That's what it is. So nobody here is against the multifamily development. Absolutely, let them build. Just build sensibly and do not break the law, the comprehensive plan and the MFO. And this partitioning and what's happening now also is part of that same problem. You know, as there will be more variances that we're, this development, but somehow everybody is just zeroing in on one issue at a time. And it's like elephant is in the room and you cannot see it. That is a major issue, and you don't want to. I'm not, it's including so far has been the issue with the village. It's like, how many times, how many people have submitted letters, emails to all boards, the BOT, the mayor, and at the end, it's like, no, you go to this board, you go to that board. We're not capable. This is like the hot potato game. And the elephant is huge. It's huge. And nobody wants to say it doesn't fit here because it is an ugly creature that will change the neighborhood. I know you're gonna do what you're gonna do. I'm just like, I don't know what else to say. I appreciate your
So
attention.
it's almost 11:30 and I bet just about everybody in this room worked all day and then came here. And we are hearing multiple comments from people. We are going to have 5 more minutes for public comment, and then we're going to move on to vote. So,
Hello
Go ahead.
again.
Yeah,
Alex,
it's-
21 South Buckout Street. I would just like to point out for the record that Meadowbrook Road, which is directly across the street, has fire access road. It's a public road. It's only 24 feet and 9.5 inches from curb to curb. And so I think that you guys should ask the fire department for more clarity about what's actually the de minimis curb cut needed for access. Also, if the fire department, Strawberry Lane, which is used as for the fire apparatus access to this site, Strawberry Lane is only 46 feet across, and their other opening is 50 feet. So for the fire official to say that it's got to be 61 feet, that's not really going with other stuff.
yeah,
That's all.
I take your point. I mean, look, the road I live on, I don't even think a fire truck could fit on it because it was built in the 1800s. I mean, we have to take what the fire department is telling us for the equipment today, the way that it's built and where it's situated on that property. They are telling us they need they need
But there's
six,
two other
they are
curb
telling
cuts
us they
on
need
that same
61.
site that are
They are telling us they need
much smaller,
61 feet.
46
All right,
feet.
we've got four minutes left on public comments, so.
Try to only use one. I have to say, Mr. Turner, that your comment was offensive. We're not here because we don't want a multifamily in that space.
I'm gonna have.
Wait, I'd like to finish, okay? That comment was offensive. The code, our code, the way it was written, specifically states a preference for adaptive reuse of the mansion and not destroying the stone walls, okay? That's what I'm here for. Somebody's going to build something there, but it has to comply with the code. It could be multifamily, it can be a lot of things, but it is not appropriate for you to tell us why we're here. We know why we're here. Maybe you don't understand that, but I am deeply offended by your comment.
All right. Well, I'm going to take the rest of the time for public comment to respond. First of all, I know why all of you are here. I live in Irvington. I live on Broadway. I totally get the issue and why you're here and what this project is going to do. I could, but I'm not going to.
Great.
Because you deserve a retort. All right? This is an administrative board. We're not political. Our task is to read the law. Look at, and our task, sir, is to read the law. Look at the project that is in front of us that has been approved by the planning board and decide.
It has not been approved.
The planning board has sent them in front of us with mandates and edicts and asked us to give variances or not based on what the planning board has asked them to do. We have a statute that guides us. That statute is very clear. We don't have the right to decide, oh, I don't like this project, so I'm not going to grant this variance, even though like the language in the statute says we should. You yourself, your first comment, you talked about how this law was changed under dead of night during COVID.
I didn't talk about that.
The other person.
Oh, the other person did? I apologize. I apologize.
in Irvington then.
I apologize. I thought that was you.
Listen,
but
my
the point
comment-
is,
first
but
of all,
the,
my
but
comment
the,
was directed to your comment, not to anything you're talking about. What you said.
well, then
was
you
offensive.
misunderstood me.
I did not misunderstand you.
What did I? You did.
said specifically, and we could play the tape, by the way, because it's all being recorded, that the reason that we're all here is because we don't want multifamily there. And that is an
That is not what I said.
That is exactly what you said.
No, it's not what I said. What I said was,
Turner, I'm going to get the video and I will provide you a transcript and then maybe you can apologize.
if you provide a transcript where I said that you said you don't want multifamily, then I would apologize.
Okay, great.
I did not. I did not intend to say that.
All right.
Yeah, it is
Look,
what you
it's
said.
all right.
What
It's
I-
11:30,
Just
and there
apologize.
are probably apologies owed all over the room. But we're going to move on at this point. All right, we've gotten through the walls. Not the walls. I'm sorry. We've gotten through the curb cut. Curb cut on Strawberry Lane. We need to give it a variance if we are going to allow this project to go forward, but it is already there. So, does anybody have any comments on that? Any thoughts?
Just to go back to the curb cut.
Yeah.
I think we can enjoin the appellant to say, look, we want you to go back to the fire department and see if you can reduce the 61 feet to 60 and a half feet or 59 feet or 58 feet, just in good faith. Like, we're going to grant you the variance provided you go back to them and say, hey, can this be smaller?
Yeah.
Like, you'll agree to that, right?
I'll agree to make it as small as the
Fire department
will
lets you.
allow.
Right.
So if they
Okay.
say 60, 58, 57,
You'll do it.
I'll do it.
Yep. Okay.
Okay, right. Strawberry Lane, anybody have any thoughts on the curb cut? So
It's existing
It's
non-conforming.
existing non-conforming. Anybody have any?
And the fire department says we need to.
And the fire department says they need it to gain access to that side of the building because that's where the staircase is. Okay.
No problem.
And the fact that makes it more than one curb cut.
What the fire department's asking.
Yep. Yep. So, I mean, I'm trying to sort of read the tea leaves a little bit, but it seems like the one sticking point is the stone wall.
If you take the stone wall out, it's clearly de minimis, in my opinion.
Okay. Anybody
Like,
else?
just to clarify, when you say
Not add
not
back in.
reconstruct
Exactly.
some
Yeah, well,
version.
taking the stone wall out is not within our purview. It's
That's
not,
true.
not in front of us. It's only the new stone wall that's in front of us.
Right. Okay, so any other comments from board members? Okay, so I am going to make a motion. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
Oh, wasn't? Never mind. Nope.
To grant the variances with the conditions absent the stone wall being added back in, and with the understanding that the curb cut will be as small as the fire department deems safe. So, do I have a second for that?
Second.
Okay, we'll start with you, Glenn.
Approve.
Yes.
Yes.
Looking at each of these,
Yeah.
just recapping, utilities, I'm okay with. Drainage, I'm okay with. Grading, I'm okay with because it supports a driveway. Stone wall, as far as a new stone wall, I don't agree with removing a stone wall and not replacing it in any format at all, because I think that stone walls are important to Irvington, important to Broadway. I live on Broadway. I think it's important. So I don't have any detail on really what the sign is. We've, you know, I'm just looking at, you know, Marketplace with Toll Brothers. We did not approve their sign, and we made them move it outside the Broadway buffer. So I don't agree with the sign. I would not support that without knowing more about that. The curb cut on Strawberry is existing, non-conforming, not a problem. But the curb cut on Broadway itself, I disagree with, and I do not grant the variance.
Sure.
Approved.
Okay, so it is approved. We will send a letter out. Gonna be some letter, but it'll lay everything out for you.
And also, there was a request to make a determination regarding the new secra that is exempt under secra.
Right.
What's this?
Remember the secra that was sent to all of us that the planning board determined?
So the planning board issued a negative declaration, and
negative
alternatively rendered a determination that the project was exempt under the new let them build law adopted by Governor Hochul.
So
in
I
20.
can, okay, so I can read it to you. So,
I remember the name of that.
Right.
What do we need to do?
Well, so
to affirm basically, or to affirm that this project does not fall under secra or not. But let me just read you for secra what I wrote it out. I made
it's
notes
here
here.
if you want.
Oh, okay, great.
Okay.
I believe that's the relevant.
Yes, so the planning board of the Village of Irvington has determined that the proposed action meets the requirements for an exemption from secra under the newly enacted changes to ECL 8-0111. However, given the extensive secra record to date and that the drafting of the negative declaration commenced, just trying to see if it lays out, before the adoption of the changes to the secret law, the planning board finds it beneficial for the record to document its hard look and to provide its reasoned elaboration for the public's benefit. So they said that they were exempt. Do you want me to read you there are 9 facets of secret?
I remember reading this last month.
Yeah.
In detail. So I'm fine.
Okay. Yeah, I would make it. Does anybody else want to hear me read out the secret requirements?
No, because we're voting on, I mean, they issued a negative declaration.
Right, exactly.
And they said it was exempt.
Right.
Okay.
So we're just affirming or not.
Well, I think we're concurring with their conclusion.
Concurring with our conclusion. So I would.
The way, so I'm
Oh, sorry, yeah.
apologize. The way that the law is written, each responsible agency has to make an exemption finding.
Right, so we are not the responsible agency.
You are for the variance. It's the way that it was written under the. You're not the lead agency
Under secret, we're not the responsible agency.
Correct. Under
Okay.
secret, you're not the lead agency, but the way that the new law was drafted, they use this language about each responsible agency. So we're requesting also that you
Yeah,
find the project is
I
exempt.
did speak to the village attorney about this and she thought we either had to make a negative declaration or not, but that we had to.
Well, we definitely not gonna make a negative declaration.
The negative
Right.
declaration is.
I'm sorry, not a negative declaration. We had to either concur with we had to affirm that or not. Was
Right.
what her feeling that it does require action on our.
Well, which is the action? That we are also declaring that it's exempt, or we're declaring that their declaration was
I
done
think
correctly?
we have to say they are exempt.
Okay.
Yeah. So would you like me to read it?
Yeah, read it.
I'll read it for you. So, to be exempt, you have to, one, be a previously disturbed site. So a site that's something else substantially altered by an occupied building for at least 2 years. So there has to have been a
Okay.
building on that site for 2 years. So I would say it qualifies as that. It must abut another parcel that has been occupied by a building for 2 years that is not agricultural or industrial. So I think it qualifies for that. It can't be in a FEMA designated 100-year floodplain or a special flood hazard area. It is not. It is not used for agricultural purposes, nor has been for the past 5 years. It's not that. It can't be in a designated coastal erosion area, which it is not. It must be connected to an existing community or public water and sewage, which it is. It must contain no more than 20% commercial retail community facility or other non-residential uses by gross floor area. And the building, the inspector has determined that it does not contain more than 20%. It must not exceed 100 dwelling units or 300 dwelling units in an urban area as determined by the U.S. Census Bureau. And by the U.S. Census Bureau, Irvington is located in an urban area, so the limit is 300. So it's below that. It must not be only single-family residences on a parcel of 1 or more acres. So I think it fits into all of those. So I would say that it is, I will make a motion that the property is exempt from SECRA.
Second.
Great.
Yes. Yes.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
All right.
I think that's it.
No, motion to adjourn.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, thank you very much.